Sometimes all I need is the air that I breathe and to love you. Sometimes all I need is the air that I breathe and to love you. All right, so I'm probably, people are glued to their screens. Sometimes all I need is that air that I breathe and to love you. There we go. Sometimes all I need is the air that I breathe and to love you. All right. So our core group here, Finger is up 63 cents essentially at, well, now, all right, now 59 cents, 331. Nixie's up 8 at 190. Railtown is down less than a penny at 28 cents, a little bit more. G-Bucks is down 20 cents at 230. And of course, PSLV is just there. It's up 7 cents. We can look at Lions GME. It's down a buck. I'm sure that's not a big deal. We can look at, I don't really want to pull that one up. Sometimes. All right, that's it. I think we covered everything we need to look at. Let's see the specifics on Finger. Finger is 328 to 330. Opened at 325, traded as high as 349. Are you out of your mind? 1.8 million shares traded. The low was 308. And there you go. Should I sell my GameStop shares for Finger Motion? All right, I don't know. I can't give you specific advice. I have no idea, are you a billionaire or a millionaire or a waiter? And I've been two of those three things. So I can't give you specific advice, but here's how I would look at it. I would say to myself, what is my goal? Self, what am I trying to do here? And the answer would come back, I'm trying to make money. And then I would say, self, what is money? Well, it's a good question. Do you got a minute? But since I'm talking to myself, I'd say, no, I don't want to hear all the answers. What is all the explanation? What is money? Well, right now, for generations and generations, since probably since just after the Civil War, you could go back to the Revolutionary War. The US dollar was pretty shaky. I just saw a reference to it, the Continental. And then the greenbacks in the Civil War, they're just a little shaky. But at the end of the day, the North won. We got going. We had a few panics. But certainly by the end of World War II, so for that time frame, money has been the US dollar. That's been money. So I'm trying to make US dollars. Then I would say, wait a minute, why'd you ask me the question, what is money? Well, because the US dollar, while it's probably going to be preeminent for a while longer, all fiat currencies are credit. All fiat currencies are a promise to pay by the Fed, by the banking system. And what real money is, real money, I say to myself, is silver and gold. So what myself asks myself, what is your real goal? My real goal is to own as much silver as I can over the next few months under $40. But unfortunately, we may not, any 1 week, that may disappear. And then my goal over the next maybe year, two, whatever, I'd like to own as much silver as I can for its role as real money. When there's a transition, it's $1,000 an ounce. All right, self. Now you're starting to bore me. I asked you a question. Should I sell my GME to buy finger motion? And I'll say, well, self, if you're trying to make that goal of increasing your paper dollars so you can turn them into more silver, let's look at GME, finger, and maybe let's throw one or two others in there. Self, what do you think finger can do? Well, I don't know. If it's squeezing, finger could squeeze. Yeah, what if it's not squeezing? What if it's just growing and becoming a really good company, and it's going to take a few months instead of squeezing? I don't know. I don't know how to call it. Today's action's very strong. It's 2 million shares. The stock's up. Maybe the squeeze is beginning. Okay. What's going on with GME? Well, GME, Lion, I'm not putting words in his mouth. He calls your attention to it, something to look at. So you have to go to him for what he recommends. But it's 7 million shares. It's up, and you know it's got this genius CEO, Cohen, absolute genius. They have storefronts in all the shopping malls in the country, and they're empty. The stores are empty, but they sell these controls that men in the basements want to play fancy games. And they've got cash. They got billions of dollars of cash, and they're going to put it in Bitcoin. I mean, it's a no-brainer. Well, how much? What's the share? How much cash per share? Yeah, probably about $5 net of their obligations, maybe $4. All right, $5 a share. So you're paying $21 premium for Cohen's genius. And what is his genius? Well, he's gonna buy Bitcoin. Oh, okay. So you're paying 4 or 5 times premium because he's gonna buy Bitcoin. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. But there's also an aspect to GME that it could squeeze. Could be the mother of all squeezes. All right, so I'm looking at these two stocks. GME, did it give you an indication of squeezing before? Yes, it went to 500. And then what? Well, Cohen came in, the other Cohen, Griffin came in, and they bailed out Marvin Capital, and there was a lot of hubbub, and they got it back down. So they probably made all the money they lost. Yeah, they probably made that and some. And then since then, they had Roaring Kitty come on, and he said a bunch of unintelligible things, and the stock went to 80. And then what happened? Well, they did a deal. All right. And then it ran up to 60, and Roaring Kitty came on and said a lot of unintelligible things, and they did a deal. All right. Then it went to 40 something, and Roaring Kitty didn't bother to come on this time, and they did a deal. And then it went to 35 or 37, and Roaring Kitty was nowhere to be seen, and they did a deal. And so now it's 27, and I feel certain that it's going to be the mother of all squeezes again. And probably this time they won't do a deal, and it's going to go to, what do you think it's going to go to? Well, I think it can go to $200, $300 in a magnificent squeeze. All right, let's take 260. You think GME could have a squeeze and do a 10x from here? When do you think that? Oh, any day. Well, how long have you been waiting for it to happen any day? Well, it's been about 4 or 5 years. So, but you're feeling like it's going to happen now. Yeah, I don't want to miss out. Well, every time it's gone up, they've kneecapped it, but this time you don't think they're going to do that. No, I don't. So you're too scared to be out of GME because you're going to you might miss a squeeze. That's about it. All right, so your alternative is Finger. Let's look at Finger. What could Finger do at any time? At any time, it could squeeze. I mean, I'll leave the debate whether or not Finger is also under control the way GME seems to be. We'll leave that debate for the negativos. Finger could squeeze at any time. Today it could happen. It could be. All right, that's one idea. But let's say in a normal run-up, let's say it just catches fire now. What do you think Finger could do? Well, I think it could go, well, give me a number. I think it could go to 30. All right, so you're saying it could 10x in a little bit of a squeeze. No, actually, I'm reading that it could go into hundreds, even higher in a squeeze. All right, and you don't want to miss that. All right. Well, you're also hearing from Ham that if it's going to go now. So what do you risk if you sell GME to get into Finger? I think you risk that you know GME. You don't really seem to know Finger. I think in both cases, GME could go back to 20. You know, you got to admit, any stock can go down. Finger can go down to, well, let's pick a number, 250 maybe in a short-term pullback. Both stocks have a lot of interest, a lot of support. Every time someone sneezes, everyone comes in because it's going to squeeze. So I don't think you have, in the short run, I don't think you have a hell of a lot of risk in GME. But I will say over the long term, GME will go to its cash value, whatever that is, $5, $7. They got to unwind all of their leases. That might be $2, so call it $5. Over time, GME is going to go to $5. Cohen's not a genius. He's a manipulator. He's not a genius. Buying Bitcoin is about as smart as that Cook chick. What's her name? Kathy Cook, Kathy Ark. I mean, come on. Ark Capital. I mean, he's in that category. So anyway, what could Finger do? Well, Finger could either continue just, what's the word that Winston Churchill uses? Buggering on, or what would they say in the South? continuing on. Finger could just go about its knitting and fluctuate like any stock and maybe get to $5, $10. All right, so I would say GME and Finger are very similar stories. They both have the potential for a squeeze. They both could be under control by the Wall Street, and they both, I think Finger is a better value fundamentally than GME. I think there's no question that Finger could have a hell of a story. But we got to wait for that annual report and a research report. I think GME is just a money market with apparently a bloody genius as CEO, and everyone's hoping it goes up. I would think that if you're thinking about doing that, I would consider buying, if you sell GME, you could buy Finger, you could buy Nixie, and you could buy Railtown. And I don't know how many shares you have of GME, but let's say you have 1,000 shares of GME. I just pick a number. So you have $27,000. You could put it all in Railtown, 90 grand, 90,000 shares of Railtown. I think Railtown's going to go to 350, just to pick a number. That's 300 grand. I think Railtown will do that in the next 2 months. Could it take longer? Of course. I'm just making a prediction. Predictions are hard to make. So I'd be, if I had GME at $27, I'd be trying to sell it and buy Railtown. But you're not excited by the Railtown story. So the other thing you could do, if you had 1,000 shares, you could buy Nixie at $1.90. You could buy 14,000 shares of Nixie. What do I think Nixie's going to do? I think Nixie over the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it could take longer. I think you can double your money, triple your money, quadruple your money. But I think Nixie could go, let's say over the next 3 weeks, I think it could go to $8. I think it can go higher, 10, 12. But it's also got the risk that it starts going and it stalls out at 4 or 5. But I'll use 8 in my example. So you could turn that into 113,000. So my point is, my opinion, it's just opinion, your 1,000 shares of GameStop, my opinion, they're likely to drift downward. But best case, if they run up, they're going to do a deal. I think your 1,000, they might be worth 35 grand over the next 3 weeks. At the high, more likely they pull back. I just gave you the scenario where I think Railtown would be worth 300,000. I think Nixie would be worth, I think I just said 130,000. Let's do it for Finger. If you sold all your GME and you bought Finger at 350, it's 7,700 shares. Where could that be? In a squeeze, I'll let you fill in your numbers. But in a fundamental story, I think it could be $3 over the next 2 weeks. That's 23 grand. So that's being a little bit harsh. Over the next 90 days, I think Finger can be $5, $6, $7. But all right, so if you hang on to GME, if you have 1,000 shares, I think it's coin toss that your GME on 1,000 shares will be worth 22,000 or 35,000. I think if you have Finger on a fundamental basis, I think it's a coin toss there as well. But basically, if you swap it right now, you're starting at around 23,000, could be worth 25,000, could be worth 20,000 on a fundamental basis. Finger, though, if it squeezes, all bets are off. And the numbers I'm hearing are gigantic. You have to make that call about whether or not Finger is going to squeeze. So what if I'm right in my call on Railtown? If you swap out a GME right now and buy Railtown, and let's say it takes 45 days, and it does indeed, your 1,000 shares of GME become, I think it was 90,000 shares of Railtown. Anyway, it becomes $300,000 to you. Well, then when you have $300,000, you can go buy a third of it in silver. You can come back and buy a third in GME and a third in Finger, and you might end up with more shares. Or you could put it in Nixie, which now, and Nixie might go to 100,000 in the next 2 or 3 weeks. Sell it, and maybe Railtown is still 40 cents, 50 cents, and Nixie, you sold Nixie at 100 and something. Maybe you come buy 100,000 shares or 200,000 shares of Railtown and see what happens. But if Nixie's up, you buy 100,000 and you can go back and buy your whole original position in GME. You just got to sit down with a pad of paper. But I think GME and Finger motion are very similar stories. I think Finger is a better fundamental story than GME. I think GME is worth 1-for-1 the cash per share they have. That's all it's worth. So it's selling at a massive premium in my eyes. But GME has a short squeeze potential that I'll let you judge. Finger motion, I think, has a good management, great investors behind it, and they have a good idea of what they're doing. They have execution risk. They're China. The stock's in play right now. Although you got to remember, whenever these stocks are in play, the criminals are in the background, and they're playing too. And so they're selling, I'm sure criminals are selling stock, like Anson Funds, who was the biggest buyer of the last Roth Capital offering on Finger. I'm sure the toad is in there selling. That'd be my guess. So I think Finger and GME have similar squeeze stories. I think if I had to pick one that is closer to a squeeze, I'd pick Finger. But I think they also both have the same bad guys suppressing, doing their best to suppress a squeeze. In the long run, if you're talking about a year from now, 2 years from now, I think Finger can give you could give you very nice returns. I think GME, you're going to lose most of your money. I think when the stock market crashes, GME will be trading at $5 or $7. And you're hanging on to it because you believe Roaring Kitty, whoever the F he is. And you think Roy Cohen is one of the greatest CEOs you've ever not met. Anyway, that's my answer. I wouldn't pretend to know your situation, and I wouldn't pretend to know what's right for you. But if I owned GME right this minute, I would say, this is me. I would say to myself, I missed finger, because I was talking about finger at $1.05, $1.10 range, $1.04. I'd say to myself, I missed finger, and I hope everybody makes a shitload of money. I would say to myself, my real goal is to own silver, but what I want to do is own Railtown, because I think I can 10x Railtown, and it's not a short squeeze play. It's not a Lynn Capital play. And it's not a bunch of people, on internet. No one's paying attention. But I'd like to maximize the amount of money I have. So I think this is what I would do. I think I'll sell my GME and I'm going to buy Nixie. I mean, you have other choices. You've got G-Bucks, you've got ZJYL, you've got GDC, you've got DJT, you've got other choices. But me, I'd buy Nixie with the money. I would acknowledge that I'm risking missing out on a big run up in finger. I'd acknowledge that I'm missing out on potentially a big run up in GME. I acknowledge that I might be missing a big run up in Railtown, could start soon. But if it were me, I'd buy Nixie. I'd buy Nixie. And I would see what Nixie does over the next 2 to 3 weeks. Because as 1 week goes by, 2 weeks goes by, 3 weeks goes by, the pressure inside of me to switch to Railtown would be going up, 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 up. So that's what I would do. I'd buy Nixie. I think you can double your money in Nixie without, it's all of this is speculative and anything can happen. But talking in probabilities, I think someone can double their money in Nixie over the next 10 days, 15 days, potentially. Obviously, I think it could go more, maybe triple. But like I say, whatever day, if it happens that Nixie has high volume, but as Nixie gets closer and closer to being a week out, 2 weeks out, whatever's on the table, I would take and put it in Railtown. Whatever that number is, I think you'll get 10x on Railtown over the next 3 to 5 weeks, 8 weeks. I'm guessing, but they have all that news out there, and it's been 12 weeks. How much longer does it take to approve the merger? You're going to get the combination of going from an R&D company to being a commercial company. What's that bump up in price? And then the announced acquisition, I think, is huge. You're going to get that bump up as soon as it starts trading. The first day, no. It might take days or weeks. But I think, and then when Railtown, if I'm right, it goes up 10x, then it's tough. Because I bet the story's going to sound really good on Railtown. And you're going to say, God, do I wait? They're saying it could go to 30 next year. Then do I wait for that? I don't know. That's tough. If at that point silver's still under $40, I would probably put the majority of it in silver. If silver's already moved, I'm going to start looking at the miners. Oh, my darling Clementine. I would start looking at the miners. But let's get back to finger. Him, I'm sure, is, with my luck, he's doing a call somewhere else. And he's probably doing a call. He's announced it, and he's doing it with Giannis, or he's, so if you guys need to go over there, he hasn't told me. He's more than welcome to do it here. I'm more than glad to play the call and not be part of it, just to play it for you guys. But I haven't heard about a call. So I've come live simply to be here Finger has tremendous action this morning. We're already at 2 million shares. We're up 70 cents. It's fun. Finger could move. So anyway, that's a long answer. If your goal is to speculate and be a trader and do that for the next few years, that's your decision. I'm trying to ring the alarm bells for everyone, that I don't think we have much more time to be playing in these last stages of the bull market. Maybe 9 months at the most, maybe 6 months. I think we're going to have explosive moves in the stock market and all of these stocks too. But I think then the stock market could collapse 90%. And then it becomes a market of stocks. And I think the place to be will be the natural resources. All of the stuff that has been ignored for the last 40 years will come back in play. And the gender studies and basket weaving and art history and investment banking and law degrees and psychiatry degrees, all that stuff will not be as valuable as whether or not you can drill an oil well or develop a mine or plow a field or build a bridge or install electricity or cobble shoes. That's where we're headed. Anyway, that's a long answer to your question. Let's go down to the bottom. Ham already had a call this morning. All right, he didn't tell me about it. You can comment on it. I think Ham is trying to go his own way, build his own following, and I think Giannis is great ally for that, and Kristen Shaughnessy, and I applaud it. It's fantastic. But I'm sure Ham also will come on here. He's always welcome, and maybe he'll tell the story again. Maybe Ham went on early because he's trying to catch a flight to Singapore. I don't know.
2/3. Everyone in the room knows it. They're all writing their notes. If they keep saying, Sarah, 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 and they see that Sarah gets to 89, 90, 91 votes, that's it.
There's the vote for the Pope this week, and apparently they're going to come to a quick resolution, and the debate is whether there's a lot of conservative Catholics that want one of the hard-ass popes. I hope they pick one of, there's 2 or 3 popes from Africa, cardinals from Africa, 1 from Asia at least. I don't know about South America, but I hope they pick somebody like that. Buenos dias. I'm going to have to upgrade my computer. I'm going to have to. So Lion put this up. I make it clear from the start of this campaign over the last years that my lives, my videos are opinion, they're editorial, they're not financial advice. And so I think the fact that Lion puts this up is excellent. Remember that everything being said is speculative, not financial advice, and is, it's a prediction, not a promise. And I think it was Edison or somebody that, or I know Zachariah Sitchin said it. That's the first time I ever heard it. The problem with making predictions is they're about the future. It's difficult. Poop Barlow is here. It's an obvious pump and dump. Well, number one, when people use that term, they're shills. They're just assholes. They're the guys that day trade with no money. They're trying to pick 500, 10,000 out of the market. They're trying to get your emotions going. They might be paid or they are given a line of credit to trade with. So number one, know who you're working with. This guy's an asshole. He doesn't care about you at all. He's just trying to skim. As soon as he gets his money, he'll be on to the next thing. So he's a scumbag. But on the other hand, I think in any stock, you have to be aware that there are people. This is a battle. There's no nice people here. And there are people in, whether it's crypto, a new stock, that come on, with the gravelly voices and the cigarette voice. I know everything you need to buy COSM. Or the guy comes on with a drum major. I am the guy that's fighting the shorts. Just say whatever's necessary to bring the money in because you feel like you're on a team. This is not about being on a team. This is not about being in a group. This is not that you're going to put your money up to fight a cause. You're putting your money up to try to make money. So in all situations, you do have to think about, as a client once asked me when I was in my 20s, why am I so lucky to hear about this idea? It's a pretty good question. Why am I so lucky? So let's look. I don't think this is a pump and dump. I think this guy is a dump. That what this guy does is he works with Jeff Easton and by extension the Toad. The pump that they do, they go through that brokerage firm. Anyway, I can't think of the name because I've got a Biden brain. I really hope I'm not getting Alzheimer's. Benchmark. They go through Benchmark, and Benchmark's part of the pump. and then they go to Lynn Partners. Lynn Partners is more of the pump, and the CEO is pumped. But who's behind him? The toad. The toad. So do not put it past the toad to be pumping for his own purposes. Last time Benchmark did a deal, they recommend that Finger go to Lynn Partners. Last time they did, that's 2 years, 3 years ago, they destroyed the stock. That's a pump and dump, not what this dickhead is talking about. This guy's just an asshole. And all these stocks go down, all of them. After they run up, they all come down because these guys know they can sell stock through a market maker without having any stock to sell. They'll never get caught. There'll never be a buy-in unless the stock starts to be moved very rapidly upward. They're, as long as they're working with the Cohens and the Rubensteins and the Eastons and the Kramers and the Valliers and the Griffins, as long as they stay in that certain code of criminal effort, if they get in trouble, they're probably going to get some help. That's what they're here for. They're here. This guy right here, he probably sold the stock up from 325 all the way to 349. He's still selling. And now he's sitting on his position and he's waiting for the stock to hit, I don't know, pick a number. Where did it open? The low is 308. He's hoping it goes back to 308 so he can cover and make some money today. That's what that guy's about. But I do want you guys to consider, Finger Motion raised money in December from Roth Capital. The single biggest buyer was the Toad, Anson Funds. They took the stock from 280 down to 150 for the pricing, and then they kept it going down to $1, roughly. Was that a one-off? I don't know. But I wouldn't put it past, you have to think that way. I wouldn't put it past the criminals at the Toad, the Anson Funds, to be trying to do something like that. Doesn't mean they're going to win. Doesn't mean it. The squeeze could happen, and then they've really lost, but all the odds are on their favor. I think the fact that Poop Head Barlow is here shows that there is some stress on the shorts, but it also shows they're here because we're a bunch of amateurs. Every time we put a question out, every time we jump on a call with Ramadan in soups, every time we get excited, ask questions, should I sell my GME to buy Finger? They know we're amateurs. So they're here to short against us and steal our money. That's what this guy's here for. So the question is he going to win at 350? Or is it going to run and it goes to some high number and then he shorts it from there? You know, I'm not going to go back over what I said yesterday in response to a question. I don't want to spoil your party, so I won't. How's the rest of that song? I don't want to spoil your party, so I won't. I used to remember entire songs. Now I can remember just, I don't want to spoil your party, so I won't. She's so sad. She's telling all the world. I don't want to spoil the party, so I won't. How does it go? You can never find anything anymore. You click lyrics, they don't show up. I don't want to spoil the party, so I won't. That's not coming in my head. All right, here's the lyrics by Genius. I don't want to spoil. That's how it goes. I don't want to spoil the party, so I'll go. I would hate my disappointment to show. There's nothing for me here, so I will disappear. If she turns up while I'm gone, please let me know. I've had a drink. Anyway, you got the point. I don't want to spoil it. Finger can run now, but in the back of our head, we've got to be thinking of the toad. And in that sense, the pump and dumper is the toad, and poop might be working for the toad. And poop is an asshole. And he's behaving like an evil shithead. Mark my words. Oh, God. All right, everybody. We'll take a moment out. The action is in finger motion today, Bob. People have built positions in calls and stock, and they're trying to make money. You're trying to focus on the past, and you're trying to, I don't know, do what? Waste time. I was introduced to logic when it was called Whalen, probably about 4 years ago. I bought some. I swear I paid $12. I know I paid $8 and $6. At the time the company's run, the CEO was a gentleman named Brent Sun. He did a deal with some shitheads, toxic lenders, and the stock went down a lot. I think I sold out at a loss and went to cash at that time, but I lost a lot of money. Then he did a deal on the Neo exchange at $3. A bunch of shitheads, Brent Sun did. And the stock over the period of the next year went to $1. Then he did a deal with a group called Brent Sun, did a deal for Logic about a year later with a group called Ionic Ventures, who I received a letter from their attorney who, and remember, I think attorneys could also be called liars, and it's indistinguishable. But the attorney announced to me that Ionic Ventures not only was not short selling Logic, they never short sell stocks. Well, the fact was that Ionic, at a minimum, was selling stock they didn't have, but against this vague toxic contract. So they were day trading by selling stock they didn't have. When it went down, they'd cover. It's illegal, but they're a good client and everyone lets them do it. So the stock went down into the 30-cent range, 20-cent range. Brent Sun and his board then split. And they did a lot of this, but they basically split Logic into two parts. And it had already been split. I'm just trying to cut to the chase. And it basically became logic and go logic. Logic and go logic. Just to quickly state it, go logic split into two, and its technology was going to be put into a group called recruiter.com, run by, well, there was a guy named Granger Whitlaw there, but it was all going to be run by Brent Sun. But that's the go logic side. That's part of logic, but it got distributed. Then in the logic side, Brent Sun and his board signed up with Aubrey Advisors, Chandron Financial, and a group of lawyers who I think is synonymous with a group of liars. Oh, I've been an attorney for 51 years, and I find what you're saying ridiculous. All right, it might be ridiculous. So Brent went down the road. I think he was very responsive to the SEC. Aubrey Advisors set up they sponsored the SPAC with a subdivision of Logic, Data Logic, and Logic. Data Logic was sponsored as a SPAC by Aubrey Advisors. That started, I think, in 22. Aubrey Advisors got a valid third-party opinion. The stock traded at 10, 11, 12 for a year and a half, and they had to fill out paperwork to the SEC. The SEC had questions. Brent always answered immediately. Aubrey Advisors dragged their feet, I think on purpose. It comes to time to get the deal consummated. The SEC still hasn't approved it. Aubrey Advisors, a multi-billion-dollar group, and Chandron need to raise money because they delayed answering. The SEC needed answers to get the deal done. Aubrey raises $5 million. They don't raise $10 million. They don't raise $7 million. They raise $5 million. How do they spend it? They give $2.5 million to the lawyers, $2.5 million to the financial introducers. They leave Logic with no money. They leave Data Logic with no money. That's right around November. The SEC approves it. They de-SPAC, and Data Logic starts trading under the name Collective Audience. Aubrey Advisors and Chandron had done hundreds of these, neglected to inform NASDAQ that on Wednesday they were de-SPACing. It would take 24 hours to file the proper paperwork to show they had enough investors in the new company, Collective Audience. So during that, I believe Aubrey Advisors did it, or their client, Polar, did it. They called into NASDAQ. They said, hey, they don't have enough shares. NASDAQ, who works for Polar, not for you, NASDAQ stopped trading. The stock had traded to $44. It opened at 11 and went, just to be cut to the chase, Collective Audience traded down to $1. It was all hands on deck. Brent Sun, who was the CEO of everything, had to start working with Peter Boards and all the investors to make sure that Collective Audience survived this. Board meetings, arguments, fighting, get money. So all the attention was there. Logic sat over and waited until that got resolved. Once that, Peter Boards took over, and that went its own dismal way because Aubrey Advisors was on the board and Chandron, and their real goal was to destroy the market cap and steal $150 million, in my opinion, for Polar investors. Once that got dealt with, Brent came back to Logic. Well, what happened to Logic, Bob? And you know all this if you even effing care. Brent came back to Logic. Guess what? Logic is a show. Logic needs to stay current in their filings. So Logic, the story that the Amex guy with all certainty gave me, and I'm not blaming him because I met Brent in New York, the Logic was going to go down to 90 million shares. In fact, Logic went up to 300 million shares because Logic needed to raise money to stay current in its filings, which they accomplished in the first quarter of that year. Then Logic during that year made arrangements because of Brent's hard work and the investment banking community in New York to reverse split into have 8 different companies come into Logic, 2 of which they accomplished. And the valuation numbers, just to cut to the chase, of what was a reasonable target was a low end 50 cents a share. But then Brent decided to sign up a company called Med Lab Essentials because Logic fell behind again. They needed more money. Now, what did Med Lab Essentials have? They have a CEO who speaks Hebrew, Russian, English, some German, some Spanish. And MedLab Essentials was set up at the same time Aubrey Advisors set up the SPAC. But MedLab Essentials came to Brent and said, hey, we'll write a check for all of your financing needs. And by the way, you're a great guy. You've done a good job. All right, attaboy, attaboy. Brent signed up for that. The number of shares expanded to 750 million. The Israeli, I don't know if he's an Israeli citizen, but he speaks Hebrew. Who the hell could he be? The Israeli has done jack shit since then. There's no website. And Logic, Med Lab Essentials was one of 8 companies. Brent signed that one up. It became the only company. It became the only company. Not all 8, just the one. To my memory, it's worth 100 million, not a billion. So you take that 50 cents down to 5 cents. And you double the amount of shares outstanding, so it's now at 2.5 cents. That's your upside if this Israeli keeps his word. My opinion, the Israeli is working with the Iranian, and they're working with the Canadians, Polar, and that from the jump, this was a big sting operation to steal the market cap of Collective Audience and Logic and put it in the pockets of Polar. And I think the Israeli CEO is in on it. I think the Iranian who's on the board of Collective Audience from Aubrey Advisors is in on it. I think everybody's in on it. I think Logic is worthless. It's trading on the expert market. It has no bid, no ask. I think Logic is worth 0, and I think they're going to make sure it's worth 0. They have a plan to do a reverse split to get it on NASDAQ. If it reverse splits and goes on NASDAQ and there is any kind of bid at all, sell the F out of all your shares and get the hell away from it. Brent's son sold you out. He sold me out. Now, I don't think I don't know. I'm tired of making excuses for him. He's a hardworking guy. He's an honest guy, but he's a bit of an idiot when he signs the last deal. And I think logic is worthless. Now, if you want to make some money back, unfortunately, it requires a new commitment. Brent's son is the CEO at Nixie. He's not. It's a guy named Miles something or other. But Brent, remember, what's Nixie? It's Brent being in charge of GoLogic, splitting that in two, and then putting the whatever the hell it was called, GoLogic app, into recruiter.com. Granger Whitlaw, who now has 250,000 shares of Nixie for being a fat idiot. I don't know him. He's probably a smart guy, and he's probably in better shape than I am. But I just think it's amazing that a guy that couldn't get recruiter.com off the ground has a chance now to become a multimillionaire. I guess it's serendipity. But he took recruiter.com, and he obviously did toxic financings. You can look at the chart. Granger Whitlaw took recruiter.com off a cliff into the gutter and down the sewer. Brent arranged for that reverse merger. And then somehow in the translation, Granger gets shares of Nixie, and recruiter.com is going with Nixie, and the technology is going with Nixie, but there's nothing for GoLogic, and there's nothing for Logic. I think Brent morally sold us down the river. I think it's legal. I think Brent's a smart, hardworking, honest man. What are his choices? I don't know. In fairness to him, I haven't heard his side of the argument. When this is all over, I hope to sit with him. I still respect Brent. I would do business with Brent. But by his decision to exclusively sell Logic to Med Lab Essentials, you've got an Israeli who set up the company at the same time an Iranian set up or at Aubrey Advisors, set up the SPAC sponsorship. Doesn't take much for me to put two and two together. It does for Brent. Brent doesn't get it. The guys come in, hey, attaboy, you build a company. We're going to take it from here. But it seems obvious to me. But in fairness to Brent fought what happened. But the people on the board and the lawyers, remember, they're mostly liars. They said, we got to go with Aubrey. We got to go with Chadron. We got to go with these guys. They're good people. Brent fought it. And he got his ass kicked for it. But then he's out here. I don't know what dynamics went on. So in fairness to Brent, he turned his attention to Nixie. So all that deal flow, all that investment banking contacts that were built up under Logic, and in fact, some of the application and the computer engines that were under Logic is going into Nixie. It's all going to Nixie, and there's no residual value to Logic shareholders. None. That's just how it is. It goes to Granger Whitlaw. It goes to the new whales. It goes to the new investors in Nixie. So if you want to make some money back in the Logic space and you want to benefit from the contacts made in investment banking, the hard work of Brent and his team over the decade past, the investor introductions, computer apps, the internet apps, whatever the hell, the software, the technology that was Logic's and is now Nixie's. Buy Nixie. It requires you, Bob, to buy some more, put some more money up. But Nixie is trading at $1.95. I've been talking about Nixie since $1.60. You're not doing it. That's all right. It's all right. Don't do it. Don't do it. But if you want to make a benefit on your Logic trade, I think you have to buy Nixie. I don't know how much you put into Logic. I put money into Logic. Logic is one of my, I don't know. I haven't sat down because I hate looking at it. But I lost a shitload of money on Logic. I did. But the Logic remains one of my largest, if not the largest position I have in terms of number of shares. And I'm telling you, Logic is worthless. Worth nothing. Zero. Zed. If it ever trades again, it'll be reverse split. It'll be the mother of all reverse splits. I think they're planning on 100 to 1. I bet it's 1,000 to 1. And get the hell out of it. It was a sting job. I don't blame Brent. I think Brent's naive. I think he's naive. I think he's a knucklehead. And I don't think he was in on it. No way. No way was he in on it. But these lawyers are really good liars. Aubrey Advisors, the Iranian, I think he was a good liar. I think Chadron, very good liars. And Polar is just like the toad. They're up in Canada, and they're sucking not only the blood, but the marrow of the corpus of American hard work, because Canada does just suck off of us. All right, I'm done with that, Bob. And if you ask me again, I'm not answering. There, if for some reason that answer helps you make money on Logic, Logic is never going to trade again to make you money, ever, ever. If they do a reverse merger, you might, depending on your cost average, you might happen to make a little bit. Just get the hell out of it. Brent, when he signed the signature with the Israeli who runs Med Lab Essentials, he was signing the final coup de grace on the sting that started with Aubrey Advisors and Chadron Financial. That's my opinion. It's all my opinion. And I don't know, Bob, how that helped anybody on this call. So as far as I'm concerned, sign off and don't bother signing on again. All right, fingers up 73 cents. The volume is 2,270,000. The last price is $3.45. All right, Poop's a buddy of yours. He's just telling you. This is a pumping up. Poop's on your side. And the good thing about Poop, he comes in and he gives you some recommendations, long or short, that you can make money on. That's a good thing about old Poop. He's just telling you. I agree with this, Steve. There could be a lot of that. There could be a lot of blood in the water. So Steve says, plenty of blood in the water. Will be lots more fun if it breaks 350. The RSI, I don't know what he's saying. If it breaks through that, it leads to a crazy 85. Anyway, his target is $85. It could happen. Ham already did a call with Giannis. He'll do another call with Giannis. Please sign up for Giannis's X. Giannis is a great guy. Giannis has worked hard. He's been here fighting for you, please just go to Twitter, sign up with Giannis, and you'll get the notices of when Ham has a call. Stop being so emotional. I'm not, I guess I was going to say I'm not emotional. I'm angry. But I guess being angry is being emotional. I'm angry. I think Bob just now wasted my time, and I think Poopy is just a waste of time. I don't know, AC. I don't know if you're a real person or not. You look like you're stoned out of your mind, but it might just be the angle on the picture. If you're serious, that's a serious picture, great. But you might just be a shill. I don't know. But there are good people here, and I want people to make money. And I think all of you who are shills are doing the devil's work. I don't know if I'm doing the Lord's work because I don't think the Lord cares if anybody makes any money. But I am trying to do my best to, I guess, be of service. And I also try to be humble about it. I know when I get angry, that's not very humble. So I'll take your advice, AC. I'll take your advice. One of the sins that I guess is something that I have is, I forget what it's called, blasts of anger or moments of, so maybe that's it. All right, what's this? Can you give me the ticker for rail? Yeah, let me just write them down. There's a friend of mine, I won't use his name, but they call this trade after him. And I'm not against Finger, by the way, at all. I agree with, was it Steve? This is a lot of volume, 2.3 million. If it breaks out, and the key to a squeeze is people lose their minds and shorts get hurt and prime brokers want to save their own ass. That's what squeezes are, and they're very unpredictable. It's like predicting when a herd of cattle is going to rampage or a massive snow is going to avalanche or a pool of lava is going to volcano or she's going to call you back. Nixie at $2. Can you make a 2x? Can it go to 4? I think so. Can it go to 6? I think so. So that's a 3x. Can it go to 8? I actually think so. That's 4x. Can it go higher? Sure. When I'd say Nixie, I'll say May. But it's a prediction. That's what I would do first if you're speculating. Then with the profits, or now, because I wouldn't want to miss out. I think Railtown, you could go from 30 cents to 350. And I'll say June. But it could be any of this could happen. Things speed up. Finger, I agree with Steve. I think it was a guy named Steve. Finger is 337. Finger, I think in the fundamentals could go as high as 350. And maybe they're going to do a financing at $3 on the fundamentals. But if agreeing with Steve, and it could go lower than that, 250. On a short squeeze in finger, I didn't look at the chart, but I think, you're looking at, I'm doing it by memory. I think with finger to squeeze, it's got to break 350. And then you go to 4. I'm doing it by memory on the chart. 4, 5, 6. And there might be something else there, but certainly $9 is significant. When it breaks that, I think there'll be some selling. You got to break out of the $17 level. That could all happen very quickly. And then it becomes, if all that happens, you've just got to pick your own target on the squeeze. If finger squeezes, nobody knows. It's 2.3 million shares today. That's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. And we're right, last trade 340, we're up 68 cents. Do I agree with Ham's $3,000 price prediction? I think it's been about 4 years. I don't remember exactly, but early on in this trading, I did I don't know. I certainly did half a dozen, but I might have done much more than that. Videos on finger. Similar number on GTII. I know I did videos on CRTD. And before I did those videos, I studied charts and the short squeeze stories of at least 30 companies. And I talked to other people. I think I looked at many more, maybe 40. But anyway, I looked at the charts, and basically I tried to, because what happens in all these squeeze plays, like HKD, although that was kind of unique, but there's this trading, and it starts to lift up off the ground, and then it breaks out. And it goes almost vertical. It usually has pullbacks, and then it gets to a top. And I tried to assess the trading patterns of all of those squeezes. I drew them out. I used graph paper. I printed them out. I used rulers. I tried to come up with patterns. And what I saw is in most of these squeezes, they went up, to my memory, they went up in the worst, they all did more than 10x. They all did more than 10x. And in the worst case, it was in that sort of 20x range. Many of them were 50x. and quite a solid number of these big squeezes were 100x and more. So I extrapolated that to finger, to GTII, to CRTD, but particularly finger and GTII. And I came up with targets. I know that when I did those videos, I always said, if it squeezes, if it squeezes, if it squeezes. I also know that I gave odds, and the odds of going to the high numbers were, as you go higher and higher, the odds were diminished. Now, I can tell you that my targets were based on at the end of the day, they were based on, of course, I'm not going to be able to find it. All right, darn it. I can do it, but it'd be just so much easier if I could just find it on Twitter. Of course I can't. Nobody just gives the answer. Here, maybe it's there. Okay. So, Eric, what I did, because once you have your charts, what do you base your projections off of? In both cases, in the case of finger and in the case of GTII, I base my projection on round numbers, because human beings always use round numbers. They'll put a sell out at 100. They'll put a sell out at 1,000. They'll put a sell out at 2,000. They'll put a sell out at 3,000. They use round numbers. So I used that as my potential targets and my GTC orders. But what I really did was use Fibonacci numbers, Fibonacci sequence. And back then, I argued that if finger motion were to run, and GTI, if they were to run, that you could see I'm just reading the Fibonacci sequence. I'll show it to you. I said if it went to 8, it could go to 13. If it went to 13, could go to 21, could go to 34, go to 55, go to 89. Anyway, it rapidly increases, and it then the numbers I used as targets: 144, 233, 377, 610, 987, which I liked as a number because it's under the round number of 1,000, and then 1597. I got nervous with that. Obviously that's very high number. I gave it very low odds that it could ever get there. So I started suggesting that maybe 1250, 1500 would be better than 1597, but I stuck with the Fibonacci. And then the next Fibonacci number is 2,584. I put it out there, but I said, that's pretty high. Maybe 2,000, maybe 2,250, maybe 2,500, and maybe some numbers in there. But I also always said that in a squeeze, those are going to be the spikes. Those are going to be spikes. And the odds of catching a spike are very low unless you have an order in. So you put a lot of orders in below, and you put your last 100 shares or your last 500 shares in at a spike. I also know, Eric, I went as high as that 4,181 because it's the Fibonacci sequence. But what did I do? I don't remember the specific videos from that long ago, but I probably used the numbers 3,000, 3,500, 4,000. I may have, but very high risk. And for your last bit of shares, I always said put orders in all the way up. So guys that come on here and call me a crackhead like Tony DeGennaro, he leaves all that out. And he says my target was 2,000. Well, that was a target out of many. But since then, Eric, and I don't know if you're a real person, I've watched what the criminals did with GTII, which I think was squeezing. They hired 3 guys out of New York to get everybody to go to COSM, and it worked. Then Alpine took over the position. Alpine hired the lawyers, white shoe lawyers. That all worked. They brought in that hedge fund guy out of Chicago. I think it all worked. And so they got GTII squeeze, if it was in fact squeezing, under control. I've argued GME and AMC have been under control for a long time. So I started warning that people should take tax losses in GTII. Unfortunately, my recommendation that I liked the best pre-split was Logic. I recommended other stocks too. So there were other things to do. But I guess it wasn't explicit enough because people need to be banged over the head. But my concerns, I backed way off on GTII, and I think that, and with friends, I in the 50-cent range, I think it was, I said, you really should think of selling. But a lot of people didn't sell. So then we come to Finger. And Finger, I made all those projections, which I'm embarrassed by now. Those short squeeze projections. But I stand by them because at the time I still thought the system worked. I lived the system where there were buy-ins. And I was basing it on my best faith, understanding, listening to him, but also the emotions, and believing that Wall Street had to buy in these shares, that there was, as my erstwhile friend from the Amex would say, systems in place. Well, I think when I watched the shorts hire those 3 guys out of New York, hire the died drum major, reward him with a financing, hire the guys out of New York also to pop the bubble in what I think was a squeeze going on in Finger. I learned a lesson. They're going to call out all the stops to prevent my Fibonacci sequence from happening. They're going to nip it in the bud. So I watched them do it, and they may have hired Jeremy Frommer, I don't know. But I watched all three of those stocks get destroyed to nothing. So did COSM, so did Genius, so did everything else. So Eric, unlike most of the shills imply, I learned a lesson. It was painful, cost money. And I no longer believe that, let me be blunt, I don't think Wall Street buys in, failed to deliver. I don't think Wall Street buys in, failed to locate. I don't think Wall Street buys in, uh, failure to borrow. I don't think Wall Street even requests delivery. So I no longer believe that there are short squeezes because Wall Street violates securities laws. I think Reg Show gave them a way to cheat and steal that is broader than the Nile. It's called Reg Show, and it came in basically at the beginning of Obama. And what I suspected all these years I've talked about, I think that they have turned our securities markets into a facsimile of our banking markets. And banking for 400 years or longer, might be 600 years, back in the time of the Medici, it might have started before that, but in Italy, Holland, the British Empire, maybe Spain, maybe France, maybe Portugal, but I think the real idea of fractional reserve banking you can isolate to having it start in Italy, but really growing in Amsterdam, London, and New York over time. And fractional reserve banking is what has allowed our economies to grow. And it got juiced with oil, it got juiced with population growth. And now these guys that run the banks in New York, they run our governments, they run our hedge funds, they run our pension funds, they run our newspapers, they run our media, they censor our words on Facebook and YouTube and Twitter. They run our campaigns, they run our elections, they run our they're poisoning our food supply with an experimental technology that had questionable results, disastrous maybe, during a 2-year period. They run that. They run our agriculture. They run everything. They run our wars, all on behalf of one country, of a criminal president, criminal, whatever his title is. So what these banksters have done over, I think it's taken them 20 years. Now I know it's been going on for 30 years. They want to turn our securities markets into a fractional security system, fractional custodial system. And they've done it. I know I'm already boring you, but they've moved all those steps. 3 weeks ago, I read out here that Bill Clinton approved a change, or his government did, a change in the UCC, the Universal Commercial Code, Section 8, that allowed the banksters to use, let's be specific, all real shares of Finger Motion deposited at the Depository Trust Corporation, and they could lend those shares out, hypothecate them at will. And they could lend those, they could give you a claim on your pro rata share of those shares and just enter into your account an entitlement. So you have in your account an entitlement for Finger. And everybody does. That's all anybody has is an entitlement. That was Bill Clinton. That was Obama. And up until recently, every other president doesn't seem to care. Well, the banksters, instead of hypothecating, they rehypothecate and rehypothecate and rehypothecate and what we call selling counterfeit shares. What Pat Burns points out is that Goldman Sachs is a stock loan department. It's with the name of an investment bank on the door. So the banksters make their money by turning your collateral into their leverage to make loans of stock and to lend out stock, to trade derivatives against stock, to let the toad short the stock, to let Jeff Easton make all the money he can on the stock, to make short selling trades on the stock. Bill Clinton made it legal as far as I can tell. He didn't make it legal colluding. He didn't make it legal spoofing. He didn't make it legal stealing. He didn't make it legal. The securities laws are still there. And he didn't make it legal evading taxes on your profits. He didn't, but lawyers are there to lie. So now you ask me, do I think Finger Motion's target is 3,000? Knowing all I know now. Going through all I have gone through with MMTLP, MMAT. I was an original investor of Torchlight, losing money. I didn't hold Torchlight until it transferred, so I guess that's a different, I don't even know what OG stands for. I may not be an OG. But you want me to be as naive and to believe that systems are in place, and you want me to believe that Wall Street's going to allow a buy-in of Finger Motion that causes the stock to go to 3,000. I guess, Eric, I would still say it's possible. But I think the percentage odds, let's just use these Fibonacci numbers. I'll read the Fibonacci sequence to you. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144, 233, 377, 610, 987, 1597, 2,584, 4,181. earlier this year, I think very clearly, but it's funny. I should write a newsletter so I could refer to it black and white, but I'm not. I guess I'm not clear enough. But I think I was pretty consistent and clear from around $1.04, $1.10 that Finger could double or triple. So that, let's call it 1 just for the sake of argument. 1 goes to 1, and then 1 goes to 2. That's a double. Then 2 goes to 3. Well, that's a triple from the original 1. So that's happened in Finger, and I give myself credit on seeing that. I'm not praising myself. I think it was obvious to anyone. So now the question is, can Finger go to 5? Because this is how I call it without looking at a chart. I think it can. What odds would I give Finger of going to 5 right now? I'd say 40%. 8. Yeah, it can. If it goes to 5, it could go to 8. 13. I'll put 5, 8, and 13 all at 40%. I'll just trying to be nice. And then it goes to 21, 34, 55, 89. I'll put all of those in the same category, and I'll put that at 30% odds that happens. 34, 59, 89. I put 20. I put 5, 8, 13 at 40%. I put 21, 34, 55, 89. Sorry, I put 5, 8, 13 at 40% odds of happening. I put 21, 34, 55, 89 at 30% odds of happening. Now, I put 144, 233, 377 at 15% odds of happening. I put 610, 987 at 10% odds of happening. I put 1597 at 5% odds of happening. I put 2084 at 2% odds of happening. I put 3000 at 1% of happening. And I put 4181 at 0.5% of happening. And that, Eric, is my final answer. Buenos dias. Silver is a great long-term play. Yes, it is. But silver will become unpurchasable. You will not be able to build a position in silver for the long term at these prices soon. And if you wait, you're going to miss out on silver. So you can follow middle ground. You can continue. It's probability. Trading is probability. It's risk reward. You can continue to try to make money day trading the hot hand, or against a backdrop where I see the market having one last blow off. I think the market's going up. It's going to climb a wall of worry. And I think, just stick with the Dow. I think the Dow could go to 65,000. The Dow could go to 65,000 it could surprise us. The word is sell in May and go away. the markets could rally during the summer. Or if it's like usual, sell in May, go away, the markets will rally September, October, November. But I see the Dow having the potential to go to 65,000 in a blow-off. After that, like the Roadrunner or like the coyote running off the cliff vertically in the air, the coyote's going to look down the canyon and he's going to plummet. Well, he goes down 100%. I think the market could go down 90%. That becomes more accurate if you measure it in gold terms. But I think you're going to see a frightening sell-off, because I think the world is going to have to reckon with a complete breaking up of the Bill Clinton third way, the Bill Clinton World Trade Organization, the Bill Clinton NAFTA, the Bill Clinton work with China, the Bill Clinton transfer everything to China, the Bill Clinton just-in-time delivery, which of course he broke the cherry on, but then the Bush, the Obama, the Biden had their fun too with it. And what does silver do in that environment? I think silver, middle ground, and maybe you don't care about this because you're in the fantasy land like we all are, I'm not picking on you, of trying to catch the next squeeze. But I think silver in this environment is going to meet, I showed you the other day, silver has been in the physical market for silver has been in deficit for 5 years. The above ground stockpile of silver in the United States is long gone. Silver is manipulated by JP Morgan, by about 26 guys in London and in New York. Cowboys. They're probably not cowboys. It's done. They will sell paper contracts of silver in 1 hour, equivalent to the entire annual production of silver. Why? Because they have derivatives. Why? Because they do the same thing in the metals markets. The pool of silver and gold that sits on the COMEX and on the LBM, the London Bullion Market, extending down to the vaults in New York and the vaults, the government vaults. In the Western markets, they hypothecate, rehypothecate, they Xerox them, they steal them. And so silver is suppressed, but your brain doesn't accept that. Oh, silver is a good long-term play. It's not it's not a effing play. Silver is the only thing out there that's not credit. Silver is the only thing out there that you can afford that is real money that could give you 10x in the next year. Gold is money. But gold, to go 10x, it has to go to $35,000 an ounce. The only way gold goes to $35,000 an ounce is if our entire financial system is reset. Could happen. If China wants it to happen, it will happen. If Russia's ready, it might happen. If the BRICS have, in India and Brazil, Poland, have enough gold, it could happen. But the real one there that's still unsure is the United States. And the leftist media has everyone believing that Trump is a misogynist, an anti-Semite, a racist, an amateur, that he's unreliable, that he doesn't know what he's doing. And they're gonna pump up and cheat the election next year in the House. They're going to put AOC up for office and she could win. And they're going to try to get the United States to go along with Canada and Europe, fight alongside Adolf Netanyahu and fight alongside that oxymoronically Nazi Jewish Zelensky. And we're gonna go down in the flurry of womanism, DEI, monetary policy, and complete insanity of Marxism, socialism, all of that stuff. And it's a shame. We are the best country in the world. We're the strongest country in the world. We have the best economy in the world. And if we put our trillions of dollars into our rail, our airports, our power grid, our dams, our farms, we'll be the best place for anybody to live in the world. But instead, we're putting our trillions to back up Fink and Cohen and Black in their attacks on Iran and Russia, so they can redevelop Gaza, redevelop Israel, redevelop Ukraine. And this is where we're headed. And they can make money on the wars and I don't know what the hell's going on in our collective brain. But middle ground, if you think you can wait for silver to invest, you're going to miss out. I think what silver's going to do in the next, possibly by August, September, silver's going to go to 120. It's 40 now. I think in a crash in the stock market, silver could come back to 40. Then the Fed starts pumping money, all the central banks around the world. I think silver could go to 400. You say long term. I don't know what you mean by long term. But I think silver could go to 400 in the next 18 months. And then it could be on its way to 4,000 or some number. Now remember, all of these investments are going to create wealth if you're willing to get in early. But if you wait till middle ground tells you to get in, at that point it might be closer to preserving wealth. Because once silver's up, I don't know, pick a number. Once it's up at 1,000, it could be a bigger number than that. When it moves to, let's say, 5,000, that last move from 1,000 to 5,000 is all about wealth preservation. It's not about creating wealth. But I think you can make 10x on your money in silver, and you might be able to make 100x in currency terms on silver. And I don't think there's a stock out there that rivals the potential for silver short term, medium term, and long term. And the thing with silver, You're not relying on a CEO. You're not relying on a board. You're not relying on lawyers. You're not dealing with the toad. You're not dealing with hedge funds. Yes, there is manipulation. But remember, the physical market for silver has been in deficit for 5 straight years. No one knows for sure what the surplus is, the buffer, month to month, is in London and in Chicago. We know the metal is moving over to the east, and they don't hypothecate and rehypothecate. They don't Xerox and re-Xerox. They don't sell the same deed on the same home 10 times over there. So we know gold is moving east. And we know central banks are in the West are buying gold now. That's what's made the gold price go up. But silver is still in this netherworld. Not much longer. Because companies like a Tesla who need silver for their batteries, for their rockets, for their circuitry, for their computers, if they don't buy directly from a mine, or they buy from a miner, but they're not able to cover their needs, they will buy futures on the London Exchange or the COMEX. And they will stand for delivery, let's say at the end of June, well, whatever the date is on the contract, 3rd week of June, whatever it is. So they stand for delivery in June. And I personally think the problem's going to show up first in London, but it could show up in COMEX first. As long as there's enough silver in London, physical silver in the warehouses in London to meet June's stand for deliveries, the carnival can go on. But as soon as, in let's say June, Elon Musk stands for delivery on his futures for silver, and there's not enough silver in the warehouse, silver's not going to be a long-term play. It's going to be a short squeeze, and it's going to be bigger than anything you've ever seen in your life. Bigger than AMC, bigger than GME. Maybe it doesn't take on in one day, but silver will be on the headlines. You'll be telling everybody to buy it. There'll be chat rooms. There'll be space calls. Ramen soups will come on as if it's his idea. Tony DeGennaro will come on as if it's his idea. I'm telling you, that's what's coming. What will happen in Chicago or in New York, I believe, is if Elon Musk stands for delivery on the COMEX and they don't have enough silver there, they'll declare an act of God and they'll give him cash. Well, then what happens? He's got a bunch of cash. He might have a profit, but he needs the silver to build out his Teslas and his batteries and his computers and his new phones and his data centers and his rockets and his incubators for 13 new babies. Where's he going to get the silver? He's got to buy it. And if the COMEX didn't have it, where's he going to get it? He's not going to find silver anywhere at $40 an ounce. Anywhere, if that happens. So I disagree with you, middle ground. Silver is not a great long-term play. I think silver is an immediate play. And I think, and this is what I'm trying to get across to everybody. You don't have any time left to get into silver. You don't have any time left. Sure, you might have to wait for the long term, and definitely it's going to go to high prices in the long term. But I think silver is an immediate play this summer. All right, I talked about it too much. Oh, God. Pooper, the best part of you is in your diaper, in your, I don't know, it doesn't work out. I can't make a joke out of it. G-Bucks is up a bit today. All right, my eyesight is killing me. I'm so sad. All right, finger motion is up 64. It's at 336. It is 2,460,000 shares, 334 to 339. Remember, I think it was Sunday I said when somebody asked what I thought the high on finger was, and I said 350. I said it might go to 4, but I was asked, I said 350. You remember that? I hope I was wrong, but because I like what Steve said, that if it breaks 350, it could really run. But anyway, we'll see. GME down $1. All right, let's not focus on that. Nixie up 15 cents, 197. Hey, coming up on the outside, and here comes Nixie on the outside, and it's bearing down around the fourth turn, bearing down on the leader, finger motion. Hard to borrow. Is there any news? Why is it up? No news. All right, it's up. So somebody's buying Nixie. Low volume though, 94,000. And then you're right, G-Bucks is up 50 cents. G-Bucks is up 50 cents on 81,000. So hard to borrow. What's going on with G-Bucks, even though the market cap is massive, market cap of, I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see the market cap. I got to take those off. My eyes are hurting. Anyway, what's happening with G-Bucks is they have to finalize that deal they announced. And I think they have to do it before next Friday because I think that's the ex-dividend date. So something could happen out of the blue. And I think out of the blue is what makes G-Bucks squeeze. I think G-Bucks is a squeeze play. High risk, high reward. So that's pretty cool that it's up 50 cents. And then what else is here? Oh, Railtown's 29 cents. Railtown is 29 cents. That's what it is, 29 cents. And then let me just look at Nixie one more time. 195, 197. Not a lot of volume. Let's go back to finger motion. The girl of the hour, the belle of the ball. 334, 335. High of 349, low of 308. I hope this is the pause for the cause and it blasts through 350. The volume is 2,470,000. And it's almost 1 o'clock. Oh, David, the record date is next Monday. I thought it was next Friday. So G-Bucks something would have to happen this week. That's pretty exciting for G-Bucks. Risk reward, there, I don't know, risk $1.50 if the deal falls through, but your reward is condensed into this week. I didn't know that, David. Thank you. Your reward is condensed into this week. If they finalize that deal, I think G-Bucks not only could go up rapidly, it could explode. Because I think G-Bucks has the potential to have caught out the shorts, but I think it's high risk, by the way. What trade selling some finger calls and buy? Mike, if you own May calls in finger, I would be looking to sell them today. I mean, if you have a profit, May calls, I would sell them every single position you have today, except for the cheap ones. But if you have the $1 calls, the $2 calls, the $3 calls, even the $4 calls in May, I would sell them. If you're long the stock, I'd consider selling the May $4 calls against your stock. What's your risk is that it squeezes. But I think this week, the bid on the $4 calls in finger motion in May will go to 0. And right now, let me see what you could get out of them. You get 40 cents. Hell, the $5 calls you could sell for 30 cents. If you're long finger motion, you could sell the May $5 calls right now for 30 cents. So if you had 10,000 shares, you could take $3,000 out of the market. For the $5 strike price. Right now. By Wednesday, I think that'll be 0 bid. And then they'll expire worthless. Or if they go to 0 bid, you buy them back for a penny. You might have to buy them back for 5 cents. I don't know if they let you do it underneath 5 cents. And then you could remove all doubt. And you could book 25 cents. And so you could take 2,500 out of the market. These are incredible speculative premiums. Incredible. But you run the risk that you miss out on a squeeze over the next 2 weeks. So that's your trade-off. But my gosh, you could sell $5 calls against your finger motion position right now at 30 cents. Man. And all you have to do is wait 9 trading days. That's pretty pounceable. Worst case, it runs and you don't take any action. You sell your stock for $5.30. That's a pretty good trade. I think what's likely is by the end of this week, finger motion is trading at $3, and the bid on the 5s go to 0, and the bid on the 4s which you can sell the 4s right now for 40 cents, maybe 45 cents. I think the bid on the 4s will also go to 0, maybe 5 cents, but I think they'll go to 0. And you could buy them back for whatever they're trading for at the end of this week, and then go into next week with your position and not even worry that if there's a short next week, a short squeeze next week, you're already covered on it. But anyway, Mike, I would be selling. Look at the $3 calls. Did you pay 10 cents? You can sell those at 70 cents right now. Look at the $3 calls. The stock is trading for $3.35, and they're selling for a 35-cent premium right now. The $2 are trading at $1.35. No premium. No premium. So if you sell your $2, you're not getting any premium anymore. You did a week ago, but now you're not. That's what happens to these. The $2, you don't have to be urgent about selling. But if finger goes to 3, the $2 are going to be worth 1. The $3 will have some sort of price. The 4s and 5s will be worthless. Today's the day to act. And I don't know. I can't really recommend it. With my mindset, I can't really recommend that you buy the $5, but that's one choice you have. You could sell the $2 calls at 135, buy the $5 and put the dollar in your pocket. You miss out, you'll end up missing out on about $1.50 of the profit maybe, but at least you put $1 in your pocket and you still have exposure to the short squeeze. But I really think you guys should be thinking about selling calls, not buying the May calls. Selling. I'm not, everybody's going to say, oh, you're being negative. I'm not being negative. I'm just telling you. And I like the idea. David pointed it out. I didn't realize G-Bucks goes ex-dividend on Monday. G-Bucks is a gamble, but it might work. It might work. Now's the time to own G-Bucks, not next week. But for May, the call options, that's your time premium period. You got today, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then next week. Oh, it's Friday. It's not Saturday, it's Friday. Right here. Right here. That's fine. I'm sorry about that. It's Friday. So you got, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 trading days prior to Friday. If you include Friday, it's 9. So your time premium is going to disappear unless the stock soars. And that might be a reasonable bet, but you're betting your profit. You're betting your profit if you don't sell your make calls. I think you should sell your make calls today. I can't give financial advice, but that's incredible. 30 cents on the fives. What are the June fives? 55 cents on the fives. But that's, that you're tying up your money longer. I think the safer selling of calls is the May fives. You take 30 cents out of the market on 10,000 shares. You take $3,000 out of the market, and you'll always have a chance if the bid goes to zero to buy those back, but you can just let it expire. I know it doesn't sound like a lot of money, but it seems like a lot of money to me nowadays. All right, let's keep going. Sorry. David did make a good point. David Kidd's got a good point. I agree with him. No, I don't think you're being a jerk. It's just a lot of that anger I'm showing. I guess it's anger. It might be frustration. I'm kind of pissed off that Brent did such a shitty job with logic. I really am. I know he's losing money in logic, but he has a chance to get rich in Nixie. And I think logic should benefit from Nixie, frankly. I think, of course, it's hard to prove, but what do you call it? Intellectual work over a decade that's helping cause Nixie. But some of it belongs to logic. I don't know how much, but not zero. Not zero. And then to sell logic off to a bloody charlatan, I think to double the amount of shares, and then you're walking into a reverse split to get on the NASDAQ. Does Brent, is he a thickhead? Does he ever learn anything? But we have to play the cards that are dealt. And I think Brent's a functional idiot, at least as it's come. The evidence is there. He worked on Whalen, apparently did a crappy deal, destroyed that. And then Logic, he does Neo, destroyed, does Ionic Ventures, destroyed. And then I'm not sure it was 100% his decision, but they do all that crap with Aubrey Advisors, destroyed. And then he works on a deal with recruiter.com, and somehow we lose any benefit from that. It all goes to the new investors in Nixie and to the CEO of recruiter.com. That guy drove recruiter.com into the bloody ground, and he gets 250,000 shares in Nixie. And we're left, what do we have? I think it sucks to high heaven. And that's why I get upset about it. And I don't care if he's a friend of mine. I think he sold out shareholders of Nixie. Shareholders of Logic. But at the same time, he may have been, he no question, he was wearing so many hats and he probably went to what was urgent. Urgent was collective audience. Urgent then was make logic survive. Urgent then was get this deal done with Go Logic and Recruiter. Urgent then was, oh my sudden that starts morphing, and oh my gosh, I better pay attention to that because this looks like it could be real. And then the logic he's working on, but logic, this girl's got a nicer ass than logic, so I'm going to go with that girl. And logic, I'd like to keep you happy, but now you're my side chick. I'm getting my yum yum over here with Recruiter and Nixie, and I'm sorry. Sorry I missed the date. Sorry I missed the lunch. Sorry I missed your birthday. I got to cut it off. Well, I understand you need that. Okay, here's a check. Here, let me sign off. I'll sign that lease and I'll pay that. You can have that apartment. But I'm done with you. My new chick is Nixie. That's what I think he did. So a lot of my anger comes out that way. I don't want to give you any illusions that logic has any future. Logic is worthless. And I know the people involved in it believe that there's still some potential. They're just fooling themselves. NASDAQ is a slaughterhouse. There are no systems in place. And this Israeli guy that's running Med Lab Essentials, he's part of the whole kick. He's part of the whole sting operation. That's all my opinion. That's all my opinion. After finger squeeze, I'll buy. I think, Aaron, I don't know if either one of them's going to squeeze, but if G-Bucks is going to squeeze, I think it'll be this week or next week, based on David's information that dividend is Monday. They got to close up that deal. If that deal gets closed up and announced, G-Bucks could be $9 overnight, and then it could start to squeeze. I think it's high risk. High risk. How do you get an 8-digit trade in finger? I thought I was pretty clear, David, so I'll make it clear. I don't think finger's going to squeeze right now. I do not think so. And I'll stick by what I said the other day when someone asked me what was my target for finger. I'll say 350. I'll stick by that in the short run, because I think that's what everybody's asking me. If you give me 6 weeks to 90 days, I think finger could, I'm not sure it can double from here. I think finger can be up 50% from here. I think finger could be building a solid foundation to have an absolutely spectacular revaluation of the stock over the next 6 months to 18 months. But there's execution risk, there's China risk, there's a lot of things. But I'm not saying short squeeze is impossible. I think you've seen the high in finger in the short run. What would make me wrong? What could make me wrong is at the end of the day, there are buy-ins that carry over into tomorrow, and you could have a short squeeze. The other thing that could make me wrong with finger is they try to get it to $4. But if they do that, I don't see it going over 4. I don't see it really going over 350. unless there's a buy-in. And offsetting a buy-in, I think they could do a Roth capital financing. Fingered 2.1 million shares in the 2 hours, shallow pullbacks. All right, Steve has been pretty good despite high RSI relative strength index, midgets, clearly uncomfortable in the 3/4 over 350. Yeah, I think Steve could be right. If it breaks 350, that could be the trigger. For the stock I don't know anything about. I think Brent's a good guy, but I would say if he's running a company on the over-the-counter or NASDAQ, I would say he could build a great company, build a great story, but I would take away his ability to sign a financing deal. Otherwise, I wouldn't invest with him. But make no mistake about it, Bob. If Nixie works, Brent is the prime mover behind Nixie. So if Nixie works, he deserves credit for that. I just wish we were, I don't know. I wish we even got 10 cents of it. Great haircut. Oh, here. What's this? Thank you, Justin. Good morning. Runs, dips, accumulate. Good. June is coming. Here's Korean June. Now, Korean Yoon. Thank you for the haircut. Oh, the humanity. Oh, the humanity. Hola, G-Bucks up 71 cents. Really? Really? G-Bucks up 71 cents. So something might be going on with G-Bucks. G-Bucks could be a squeeze, David. Those guys are trapped, and if they get that deal done, it could squeeze, and it could levitate beyond all things. But that's interesting. I don't know what to say. It's risky, but somebody is pushing G-Bucks. Which stock would you buy for silver right now? Oh, gosh. Which stock? Let me, there's a handful of silver stocks. There is one I would buy right now, but I'm debating if I can say it. The Morgan report just added a new recommendation, but it just came out Saturday, and people pay him to subscribe to that. So I don't think it would be right of me to give that name out. I think you have to be in the blue chip stocks first, but they're probably pretty expensive. I like you're asking me for one, and maybe what I'll do is make that my next thing I do is create a list of order of priority, which silver miners, specifically silver miners, I would buy. I think most not most, but a lot of silver comes with gold miners. So I think you can buy some of the gold miners. There are some ETFs to buy, to trade. But I think right now in the cycle, the place to be would be in the biggest silver miners, not the most speculative. So I'll put a list together. Poop Barlow needs kaopectate? No, he needs to eat prunes. He's got a bit of what's the word? He's got a bit of constipation. Why so nervous? Yeah, exactly. G-Bucks might be turning. I agree with you on that. And I'm a little annoyed with myself about that, but you're right. G-Bucks is up 62 cents. It might be turning. The only two red ones I have, Railtown is down less than a penny. That's red. And GME is down $1.06. Fingers up 66 cents. G-Bucks is up 66 cents. And Nixie's up 14 cents. I only get 5 on my list. 20 minutes spent on logic. Yeah, I'm sorry. People like Bob think that the best time to talk about dead investments is when everyone's focus is on something that's exciting. I get torn, Akira, between if I don't answer it, then I'm avoiding it, and somehow I'm not being transparent. If I answer it briefly, it'll be misquoted. So I feel like I have to spend the full amount of time on it. Bob got his question answered. It has no benefit to Bob's net worth. Bob can't make a decision based on my answer. He can't sell the stock based on my answer. He can't buy the stock based on my answer. It doesn't help him with Finger, doesn't help him with G-Bucks, doesn't help him with Nixie, but he still felt he needed to ask it now. And I'm sure by the end of this call, people will ask on GTII and MMTLP. There's no benefit to talking about it. But at least I feel like now I answered Bob's question. It's the umpteenth time that I've said the exact same thing. And I think by now Bob and maybe other people realize my opinion of logic. I think it's completely worthless. Is there a chance it goes to 5 cents or 10 cents? Sure. Is there a chance that it starts trading once there's a reverse split? Sure. But what does that help us make money today in Finger? How does it help us to make money this week? I don't think it does at all. But they still ask. Rich McGriddle Jiggle. No, I think you're the scam. And I think you and your friends are the scam. And I think you scammed investors out of money in hundreds of stocks. So Rich McGriddle Jiggle, I think you're the scam. I like this. Mike, don't forget the dividend announcement on G-Bucks is already out, less than 2 weeks. I agree with you. Yeah, I'm sorry I got too hot. I got to work on getting hot. It's not good. Hats off to bid 341. That's great. Back to 340. I agree. Look, Bob, I actually agree that you deserve to know what's going on. I think Brent should be putting something out about logic, but he washed his hands of it. Out, damn spot. He washed his hands of logic. He is 100% fully engaged in Nixie. If you want to try to make some money back on logic, buy Nixie in your head. That's how I'm looking at it. But Brent is divorced from logic. It's this new guy. I forget his name. I'm calling him the Israeli because I can't remember his name. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. I think they stole the money. But that's just my opinion. So why do you, oh God, why do I think Nixie will go? Let me just see if I have this. I'm not going to go through all the list, but I am going to show it to you. All these things have been announced on Nixie for the last, I don't know, 5 months, all of these things. And if you look in here, they're going to achieve revenue of maybe of 25 million a month. I don't know the profitability. So all of this information needs to have the second shoe drop. And unfortunately, this chart I screwed up, but those greens, because it doesn't have the dollars there. The two purples are $30 and $40 a share. The top green is about 28. The second to top green is probably around 25. The lower green there is somewhere around 18, and I think the lowest green is around, no, I think the lowest green is around $6, $7. The second green is around $10. And then you've got 18 to 21, mid 20s. And then I think you're looking at 30 and 40 on this chart. That's Nixie. Technically, what I see on Nixie there, I could be wrong, but so far it seems to be working out. I see a declining wedge, which I drew in the bottom there, and I think it's breaking out. One gimmick I have on, if I'm right on a wedge, I just count the sideways squares. When it breaks out, I use the same number of squares to the upside, 2.5, maybe $10. This is Nixie with the stock prices. This is a shorter term view of Nixie. I think Nixie broke out of its downward resistance line. I think it's breaking out of its 100-day, I think that's 50-day moving average. And I think the next target becomes roughly $2.66. The 200-day moving average in red, and I drew that blue line there as my guesstimate of where there's some resistance, or more importantly, where there would be a breakout. There could be resistance between $2.60 and $3 for a little while, but if it breaks $3, I think that's a pretty significant breakout. And I don't see any of that noise there as being anything to worry about. Then I think the next target that you could see a bit of a pullback from is 650. If it breaks this 650, I think it could go a lot higher. I put up the bar chart on Nixie, and I called to your attention in these two yellow circles that Nixie had 60 million in volume for one day twice, once around November and once around March. In November, the stock went during market hours, it went to $8. Pre-market, it went to 12. But then this most recent time, it really didn't catch fire. It really, I forget what it went to, 4 or 5 or 6. Doesn't show up on this chart. And so it's both to show you that if the volume picks up, I do believe it can get to 8. On the other hand, it's also to caution you that in the past, the volume has led to an underwhelming response. So you got to be on the alert for that too. Mainly, I think Nixie can go up because of those technical numbers I just showed you that I think it's broken out. And I wrote that up yesterday. But I also think all those news events, you can go look them up yourself. We're waiting for the follow-on news to come. And I think it's due. I actually think news is due on G-Bucks. I think news is due on Nixie. I think news is due on Railtown. And I think finger motion, the most likely, unless there's some sort of financing in the works, the most likely time frame for news on finger motion is after their annual report, which I think is May 28th. So what we're seeing in finger motion right now very much can be that there's stress at Fidelity, that there's a buy-in. But it also could be it also could be all of us buying. I mean, it can just be groupthink. I don't know. But I think in terms of an event for finger motion that we know about, I think it's 3 weeks away, unless it's the buy-in. And that's, there's a lot of volume today, 2.5 million. So it's like reading tea leaves. But Nixie, G-Bucks, and Railtown are overdue for news. Okay, I lost all of the comments. I lost all of the comments above this. So if I missed your comment, I apologize. Just re-put it up. I'll talk about it. But everything before this comment is gone. I jiggled my microphone. That might have done it. Lion wants to know, are you more focused on G-Bucks or Finger? Because he's going to do a live. I don't know the answer to that question. I'll try to answer it for myself. I think the easy move in Finger has happened from I'm not trying to be self-aggrandizement. I'm not trying to say anything good about myself, but for me, I think the move from $1, low dollar, to 3 something, that would be my trade in Finger for the time being, particularly in the calls. And I've already suggested that you should be taking your May calls in the money calls and $3, $4 calls off the table. $5, if you're long the stock and if you understand cover call writing, I'd sell those $5 at 30 cents. Good gosh. And the $4 at 40 cents, it's pretty possible. G-Bucks, if it's going to happen, I think has to happen in this week. Maybe the first part of next week. That's pretty exciting to look at. So G-Bucks is showing some life. G-Bucks has run before. I think G-Bucks, while we're not looking, could surprise us because of the time frame and if they get the deal done. It's high risk. You didn't even ask, but I think Nixie is the one I'd be looking at to see a double or triple this week or next. But now it looks like G-Bucks could do that as well. G-Bucks could double or triple. Could Finger double or triple? I think it's tougher. It could if there's a squeeze going on in a buy-in. But I think, look, I'm playing with a small wad of cash now. I think I would book my triple in Finger and try to get a triple in Nixie first, G-Bucks second over the next couple of weeks. That's where my focus would be. Finger. Let's go. Finger over. I agree with Steve. If it's over 350 today, that's significant, and I'm not against that. Could a guy bought some PSLV? Good for you. It may come that if the markets become fragile, well, let's cross that bridge. There's no perfect vehicle to be in. There's no. Egon von Greiritz points out a risk factor, which is that the physical silver in PSLV is stored at the Royal Canadian Mint. I think that's good enough. But in the very extreme case where, let's say, JP Morgan goes down because of its silver exposure, or Merrill Lynch, I actually think Merrill's a less savvy organization when it comes to the silver short than JP Morgan. Would the Royal Mint claim the silver? I don't know. I think Eric Sprott has good standing, and I think Canada wants to keep its good reputation. So anyway, it's just one thing to remember. You don't have to focus on it now. I don't think it's a big deal now. Theoretically, investors would have to focus on Finger first if you want the momentum to continue. Well, that's true if we're the entire momentum. That's a good point. I don't think we're the entire momentum, but maybe I underestimate our influence. I think Finger, if it's going to go up, is going to be because of, as I understand the story, that Fidelity is trapped and there's buy-ins. There's huge buyers coming from the middle, from let's just say Singapore, and there's a big institutional buyer. So I don't think it has anything to do with us. I want to be clear that you're saying theoretically. I also want to be clear, I am not talking about Finger to have investors focus on Finger so that the momentum continues, so that we manipulate the price to the upside. That can be interpreted as collusion and it's against the law, and I'm not with that. I'm against it. Okay, so let me be clear. There is a mission to be accomplished. I don't buy stocks to be part of a team, part of a campaign to make the stock go up because of the buying. Divorce me from that. There's a mission to be accomplished. Sure, I feel like if I I just wish I had the money I had before. I think I would be taking my May calls off the table this time, and I would call that mission accomplished. But I might be being too cautious. I agree with that. Selling more profitable finger calls and buying G-Bucks, I think that's a reasonable gamble. I really do. G-Bucks is moving. It's now up 90 cents. And I can't get a chart on G-Bucks, otherwise I'd show you one. The thing I use doesn't give me a chart. But if these guys are trapped and it starts going again, I think, Mike, you're making a really smart gamble. I really do. You're taking your profits and you're putting it in G-Bucks. From here, I think G-Bucks can go where it went before, 8, 9, 12. So you can get 3 times your money. And if it breaks out from there, you might be surprised. G-Bucks might be the one. Was that Harmony? No, it was, let me look up that symbol. I recognize the symbol. Oh yeah, Highcroft. Yeah, I like them, but man, they've got a lot of warrants. They have a muni bond. Yeah, look, any silver mine is going to go to the upside. I don't know enough to give you a stream of consciousness on it, but I've seen it positively spoken of before. Let me get to the bottom, and I'll see if I can give you a list of some stocks in the mining. I think you're fine. Any silver stock at these prices is going to be fine. But I think the top tier mining stocks are where you're going to make the first money. They're already up, but as the white shoe boys, the red sock boys, the ring on the pinky finger boys come in, they're going to go to the big names first. So anyway, if G-Bucks goes first, my profits count. And there, I like that. I think that's fine, David. If G-Bucks goes first, you put the profits in finger. I think that's fine. I think G-Bucks has a short fuse to work or not work. My view is they've got to get that deal completed, and the fuse to get that deal completed is to get it finished before the warrant. So I think G-Bucks is pretty much now, and that's exciting. I think you're right. If you could make that kind of money on G-Bucks, and I have no problem with putting it in finger. I don't get this idea. Mike's point, I think, I'm not speaking for him, but unfortunately, we cannot control the timing of everything. And this is the first indication that G-Bucks might be this week or next week. I'm basing that on the fact of that dividend. But Finger could be bought in today at 2 o'clock or tomorrow at 9:30 if there's a buy-in going on. I just never knew it was a race to see who would get to 5 first. It's not how I look at it. I think the stocks that we're all talking about, I think GME's a waste of time. That's my opinion. But I understand there's people out there that think it could explode upwards. So, and then DJT, that could happen anytime. But right now, to me, there's a handful of stocks that are in play potentially. And if I had been smarter, if I had had money, the ideal situation would be that I tripled my money in Finger from January, February. And, we're talking perfection. Nobody can do perfection. And I'd be looking at, do I go into G-Bucks, Nixie, or Railtown, or all three? And all of a sudden, it's looking like G-Bucks you need to put some chips down on G-Bucks. But I think, in a perfect world, I'd triple my money in Finger. I buy maybe 2/3 Nixie, 1/3 G-Bucks right now. See what happens over the next week, all with a goal of rolling that, for rolling that into Railtown under 40 cents. But I don't care which one goes to 5 first. Let's not be biased here. I don't know. I guess I have my biases. Bids are lying up on G-Bucks. Fear of missing out should. Yeah, I agree with you. G-Bucks is showing life. G-Bucks is showing life. And this might be one that goes to 9. And if it breaks out, maybe it's those big numbers that Ham's talking about. Wouldn't that be funny if G-Bucks is the stock that while I'm distracting you with other names, G-Bucks is the one that goes? I think you're right. Wow. So you sold half your position that you bought at 8 cents and you bought G-Bucks. That's brilliant, Charlie. That's brilliant. I think you're doing that's great. G-Bucks is a gamble, of course, but you're doing it with profits. I would sell the rest of those August calls and maybe if you want to still be in Finger, buy the May calls. Maybe the $5 calls, they're very expensive. I don't really like it, but take some more money off the table. Longer Finger hangs around 340. It will go for another leg tonight. Yeah. Look, everybody has opinions, and Kit is a good trader, I've noticed. I wouldn't mess with selling any options. All right, so Kit is seeing a pattern with finger that reminds him of GME. And then guys like me are causing I don't know, the wall of caution, I guess, instead of worry, that allows the stock to keep climbing upward. And he could be right. He could be right. He could be right. At the end of the day, you just got to it's like sitting at the roulette table. How much on red? How much on 32? How much on even? I'm starting to feel like I need to eat something. I just put a May 16 call for $6 for sale. For sale. I hope they gave it to you. Hard to borrow warning. That's pretty amazing. That goes along with Kit, Ham, others. If you're getting that warning, which is not normal, maybe there is some sort of pressure going on. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. It doesn't really make sense. What's my opinion of Fingers target by the end of May? Let me just think quickly. End of May, they still haven't put out the annual report. I think that'll be in April. You're going to be mad at me, but I think it'll be $2.50 to $3 by the end of May. It's maybe 3.25, but I think I'll stick with that by the end of May. I think Fingers at its price, that it'll be reasonably be at the end of the May on fundamentals. On a squeeze, it's all different. That throws it all out the window, and you get. And so what Kit's saying, I think Lyon's implying, I'm not speaking for him, and then the other several gentlemen, Steve and others, it's quite possible with Finger. By 521, the shorts in G-Bucks will be further underwater. I agree with that. But I also think, David, that the investment in the company for 30% of the company will have to be finalized prior to that record date in order for that investor to get his 10% or her 10% shares. So the clock is ticking. That is a great trade. Yeah, G-Bucks is acting really well. It's up 80 cents. I think it's giving, I agree with you, Mike, that it's giving the first clues of a I don't want to say buy-in, of a move. Let me put it that way. It's giving you the first clues of a move. Yeah, Pete's probably got it down. They're running together. Pete's got it down, and certainly Pete, it's likely that a lot of the same investors are in both because it's, Ham has talked about G-Bucks since December. So it's likely it's the same in value. So yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. G-Bucks a gift under 5. It's not a bad call. Wait till you see 1 million shares in G-Bucks. Could be up 20x. I agree. I think more than any stock that we're talking about, and I know it sounds insane because G-Bucks is so expensive, but more than any other stock we're talking about, G-Bucks has the potential for a short squeeze. Why? Because it's only been since the beginning of the year that the shorts apparently are in trouble. And I don't think they've had enough time to do all their reindeer games to hide everything. So, they may be underfunded. So the way I've seen from my eyeballs, I agree with him, the way it's traded, it looks like they're in trouble. The risks in G-Bucks are, I think there's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of, trying to get this done, that done, and uh, uh, so there's that risk of a lot of balls in the air have to come together to make a balloon. And then the other risk is it's really expensive already. However, Ham's numbers that there's 3 million short and 1 million in the float, roughly, those are huge numbers for G-Bucks. And if it breaks out, I happen to agree with you, Mike. I think G-Bucks could be the squeeze play here because none of us are, one, very few of us are playing it. Number two, it is out of the blue. If they close that transaction, that's the kind of out of left field transaction that's going to really put pressure on the shorts, which puts pressure on the prime brokers. And number three, they're trapped. I don't think they've had enough time to implement all their counter strategies. So, yeah, I happen to agree with you, Mike. I think G-Bucks is high risk, but it's high reward. And at the moment, looking at my screen, we have 3 stocks in play: G-Bucks, Finger, and Nixie. And Nixie's not doing much compared to Finger and G-Bucks, G-Bucks money will go to, yes, I think that's true. G-Bucks money will go to Finger. Look, you can't hop around. It's hard. It's hard. JP Morgan had reports out their buyers from Asia. That's pretty amazing. You don't have to apologize. I understand. I understand the curiosity. I don't want to go through it right now, but when I went to that movie, I don't want to complain. I don't want to whine. I don't want to go back over it. But it blew me out of my position in Finger at massive losses, because I went down to work on that bloody movie that still hasn't come out. And the numbers are big and I'm not even in figure anymore. So I just don't, maybe that comes through when I'm answering that question, but I find it, anyway, let's leave it at that. Don't worry about asking the question. It's okay. I sold GME, bought G-Bucks and Finger. That's a good, I think that's a good, look, these are all speculative. So I'm not going to say, I'm not going to say that it's a good investment in the sense that it's an investment part of your portfolio, but I think that's a good bet to split it. And G-Bucks, it's very interesting because nobody's talking. All of a sudden, it's up almost $1. It's not bad. Soon it'll be up $2. Just kidding. Trying to rhyme it with G-Bucks. The big positive on G-Bucks is not only the record date, but they also put out the distribution date. Yeah. And I think, Mike, that what's the word? I can't think of the word. That starts the clock running on finalizing the deal they've already announced. It's better to be on the bus, Gus. It's better to hold G-Bus and Finger right now. Yeah, I think it makes sense to, what's, I understand having one position because that's how a lot of us are. We don't have much money, and you want to turn that one position into a nice bankroll. But it's interesting, if you have more than one, you can have a Schaefer. Because Schaefer is the one beer to have when you're having more than one. So anyway, if you have more than one stock, if one does move up and the others there, it's fun to take that profit and go increase your position. So ideally, if you have a big enough portfolio, none of these are more than 10% of your portfolio. But if we're in the game, I guess, of trying to make our portfolio significantly bigger, I also think one has no choice but to focus potentially on one stock, have that go, and then you spread it out. I think it's very difficult to instinctively know, to have enough knowledge in your head and know more than maybe a dozen companies. You might be able to be familiar with 24 companies, but to really know it in your heart, in your gut, so that when, for example, there's a crash and Nico Eagle Mines goes from 160 down to 120, and hey, I got to go buy that in. That is cheap. You can't know that many stocks. I mean, a lot of people throw out other names, and I'm talking about the way I try to do it, which is to fundamentally know a story and then try to build the position while no one's looking. And if it gets cheaper, I don't have the money now, but I violate the rules they teach you day trading. If I have studied a story and I buy it while no one's looking and it gets cheaper, I usually try to buy more. And then I will use technical charts and all that to sort of get an idea of, is this a breakout? What's it doing? Where should I sell it? Should I sell some in case it pulls back? So I blend the technical with the fundamental. But in general, I'm not a day trader at all. And I'm not really a trader. A lot of people are traders. So if you're looking at a stock, like you want to hold G-Bucks and finger right now for day trading, that's a little different than what I'm talking about. Let me use those two stories. I feel like I know finger cold. I think I know it cold. G-Bucks, I know it pretty well, but I'm relying mainly on hands, word of mouth, apparently from Goldman Sachs. And the more you trade and the more you do it, you tend to do that. And I'm willing to do that. Oh, I heard that one. Okay, all right. Well, then that makes sense. But I just don't think you can do more than 6, more than 10, more than 12 effectively. It's too much. Why do you study it? Why do you learn the story? Why do you immerse yourself in it? So when there's a buying opportunity, you know it. And why do you do it on the other side? So when it gets overpriced, you kind of know it. That's why you do it. But if you're day trading, it's completely different. Or, sorry, day trading or just trading off of charts. A lot of people just trade off of charts, and it might not be a day, it might be weeks, months. That's different. I don't really trade that way. But I use charts as a guide. All right, G-Bucks is up 89 cents, 339. Finger is up 75 cents, 347. Nixie is up 3 cents, 185. David, how can anyone say we colluded when we're in a public forum and we are having a discussion? No, yeah, I don't think this is colluding. I don't think this is colluding. I don't think all of us listening to my BS or listening to Lyon's logical comments or Kit Kitteridge excellence and etc. And then all of us decide simultaneously that we want to buy finger or G-Bucks. That's not colluding. That's not colluding. But what I was talking about this morning was pre-market. If people that never traded pre-market, all of a sudden we're putting in 100 shares at 9.15, that's pretty clear case of collusion. And also here to argue that we're on a campaign and we have to see the campaign through the end, that gets into a gray area, and I don't have the money to hire an attorney to fight that. So you just got to be really careful. We can't appear to be in a campaign to buy stock, not buy any other stock, not to listen to any other story. We're just buying this one. We're going to I get it. I hear you. If we like that stock, and why listen to other stories? Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. But at the same time, I just don't want to be on the other side of an investigation into, because they go after us. They go after longs. They don't go after their friends the Friedmans, Rosensteins, Kramers, Griffins, Kassams, Valliers, they don't go after them. They can't buy in with fake shares. Depends on your definition. I happen to agree with you on that, but I wish I'd found that book. I have it here somewhere. Dr. Susan Trimbath points out that you can close an entitlement with another entitlement. You can close a failure to deliver with a brand new failure to deliver. But you're right. In once it gets hot and heavy and all eyes are on it, you're absolutely right. And that's what can drive it to the stratosphere. You are right, Kip. Nobody is a little skeptical that G-Buck sprung at this point in time. Justin, Money Heifer, or Money Hoffer, I agree with you. G-Bucks, you got to pay attention to. The volume, let me look at the volume. 120,000. Its peak, its nose is coming up along the side. I agree with you. You gotta pay attention to G-Bucks, and I think it's worth sprinkling a few chips or going up to the window and buying a bet on G-Bucks. I agree with you. Finger looks very strong today. Finger is up. It's almost 3 million shares. That's very strong. 343, 346. And the high is 351.5. So it's already gone higher than I said it would. I said 350. So 351.5. So Finger is showing that incremental increase. And if it breaks through one of these numbers on size, Nixie is not showing any real indication today. On the other hand, it is in the green. Over the last 3 days, it's gone from 160 to 194 and or even 198. And if I remember the chart, there was, $2 is a point. So Nixie's also one not to ignore. Railtown's behaving like you have a little more time, frankly. Railtown's looking like you have more time. I don't know how much more. And GME looks like, I don't know. They may be doing a financing at $21. I don't know. GME looks a little bit like nothing's going on. But as soon as I say that, why do I think G-Bucks is first before Finger? Well, I think Finger's already had a very nice move, Farrell. I think Finger has tripled from January. I'm giving rough time frame. Maybe it was February, but it's tripled. And so I think Finger's done a lot of what I wanted it to do. I think Finger, I agree with these guys here. I agree with Kit. I think Finger, if it this is great, tremendous volume here, tremendous volume. And if in fact Fidelity has to buy in, or there was another bank, Vanguard, I think, this could be it for Finger. And with big buyers you know the stories, you know the rumors. I don't, there are a bunch of them. And that could be it. My biggest concern with Finger is it's already 3x as far as I'm concerned. And that's a darn good move. No one wants, people think I'm being a jerk and somehow with the shorts or something. But no one wants to acknowledge the very real possibility that I would even go further than that. I think it would be malfeasance on the part of Finger Motion's board if they didn't raise money soon. It doesn't matter how many times I talk about it because I guess I'm just not good at explaining it. But Finger Motion has an absolutely fantastic contract. It's exclusive. So I don't know, October, November of last year, Finger Motion got a contract. It's a beautiful contract. If it's all true, which I believe, why would they lie? It's exclusive and it's for the entire space of China. It's the national government, it's the military, it's the cities, it's the towns, it's the states. To build out the command and control contract using the data using the data and the computing power that Finger has and the contacts that it has, they got this exclusive and entire contract. In roughly November, they got to work on 2 vehicles. They had to buy the vehicles, they had to buy the equipment, and they had to fabricate the equipment and install it on the vehicles. They had to deliver those 2 vehicles to the government. I don't know how long this all takes, but that's probably 90 days at best to go buy the vehicles, assemble, and then deliver. It's probably 90 days. In other words, it's 3 months. 3 months. In other words, it's 1 quarter. It's 1 quarter. So Finger Motion on those 2 vehicles, I'm just going to make, we don't know this data. I'm going to assume each vehicle, I don't know, each vehicle costs $250,000. So they delivered 2. If they started in November, that's November, December, January, February. They delivered 2 in February 25. Let's assume that the margin is 100%, which is insane. So they deliver 2. It cost Finger Motion $500,000 to deliver 2 vehicles. The money's tied up for a quarter, probably longer. And then they get paid in Q2. They'll get $1 million. So the first contract was for 2 vehicles. They probably got that in October. It was fourth quarter and first quarter are ours. And I'm not talking about fingers. And they get paid in second quarter of 25. So this process is 6 months to 9 months on the first 2. In the meantime, Finger got an order in December. Well, they didn't get the money from the first order to cover this order in December. They raised $5 million. They probably had $4 million available, I'm guessing, for this contract. So if they each cost $250, they got 8 vehicles done. So in December, they got an order for 8 vehicles. It was vacation in January. So they started working in February on 8 vehicles. 3 months. So in our quarters, Q1 through Q2, all of Q1, all of Q2, because of the holiday, to deliver, we can argue they'll get paid in Q3 for these 8 vehicles. So to break it down, they have money at risk. On 2 vehicles, they get paid in Q2, our Q2. And on 8, I think it's more likely it'll be Q4. I think it's more likely it all takes at least 9 months. So there's 2 vehicles, they'll get paid in Q2. And we have to get this data from the annual report. We don't know this. We know none of this for sure. And they'll get paid on 8 vehicles in Q4 if my arithmetic, I'm just trying to show you. So they've got money tied up that might come now. And on the next plan, they've got money tied up that might come in October. All right, so what happens as the governments are so excited and they love the performance, all of a sudden Finger Motion gets an order I don't know any of this. I'm just saying this is what I think can happen. What if the governments now give Finger Motion an order for 20 vehicles? In April, they give the order, and Finger Motion has to give their answer by May. now it's 20 vehicles. They spent all their cash on 2 vehicles in November, but they haven't gotten the money yet. It's coming. They spent all their money on 8 or however many vehicles, 10, in December, but they didn't start on them until February. They didn't deliver them until maybe May. We don't know. And they're not going to get the money until fourth quarter. And now finger motion to maintain its exclusivity and the entirety of its order for all of China. They've got an order on 20 vehicles. How? And they got to let them know by May that they're going to do it. If they don't fulfill this order, the Chinese government is going to start looking to someone else. There's plenty of, not plenty, but there's probably a dozen companies that do the telecom data, for example. Technology is everywhere. Finger is the best, no question. But Finger, the government's put out a tender and Finger bid on it and won. That means others also bid. So Finger is in a race to say, I'm making up these dates, to say by May, yes, we'll do it. And maybe for 20 vehicles, they need $10 million. I don't know. I'm mixing my arithmetic. So all of a sudden, in May, if they got the money in May, they could start to work on it in June. That takes them June, July, August. There's holiday, let's say September. They deliver in September, and it's 90 days to be paid from that. So it'd be September, October, November, January. All right, so now in the cycle 1, they're going to get paid for 2 vehicles in May. Cycle 2, which they started in December. There was a holiday. They got to work February, March. Takes 90 days. So let's say March, April, May, they deliver. May, it takes June, July, August for payment. There's a holiday, let's say September. I don't know. I'll say 8 vehicles. And cycle 3, I forget what I said. Let's say 20. I think that's what I said. 20. Let's say they get it, confident of funding now / June. They start to work at the end of June. So let's say June, July, August, September. Let's say they deliver in October. So the government pays them November, December, January. So they've got production delivery payment cycles going. The first one's still outstanding. The second one we're in, and there's probably been a third one. I mean, China's government is big. So revenue comes in May, maybe, in September, maybe, and in January, maybe. There's going to be a 4th and a 5th cycle of orders. Is it going to wait till September? I doubt it. There's probably going to be cycle 4 comes in to start in June or July. And so you got to add the fourth cycle. And maybe there'll be one that starts in September. That's the fifth cycle. Eventually, and I would guess because of learning and efficiency growth, it might take a while, but eventually this here needs money, which they probably took out of, I don't remember a raise. They did a raise here for this one. They're probably going to have to do a raise here for this one. I bet they might have to do another raise for this one if they didn't raise enough money here. But eventually, the credit, or this credit maybe, will come in time to pay for the sixth one. And this credit will come in time to pay for the seventh one. My words. They need cash for cycle one, which they probably did out of their cash drawer. They needed cash for cycle two in December. They raised money. I think they probably have cycle three going on now. They need cash. Where's it going to come from? If they don't have a big sponsor or a joint venture or a government line of credit or one of those firms here that's called, it's not called receivering, it's called receipting. No, it's called rapporteering. No, it's called, anyway, there's my brain's not working. There's a way that if you have a contract here, you can take it to these financiers who will give you money against that contract. If they can't do that, cycle one was November, cycle two was December. I bet there's a cycle three now in May. There could be a cycle four that starts in June. There could be a cycle five that starts in August. There could be a cycle six that starts in September. Well, they need to raise money for cycle one, but they had enough in the kitty. They raised money for cycle two. They probably have to raise money for cycle three. Depending on how much they raise for cycle three, they probably have to raise it for cycle four. But all of a sudden, the credits that come in from the sale of cycle three will start paying. That might pay for cycle five. And the credit that comes in for cycle four might pay for number six, and then so on and so on. So this is the bloody hell that Finger has to get through. And then it becomes self-sustaining, which is fantastic. It makes it a great company. But how does it get from here to here without raising money? There's only, I guess there's 3 or 4 ways. They delay paying all their bills, which I don't think that'll work. The government fronts the money. I don't think that's going to happen. They could do a joint venture with SAIC. That would be fantastic. They could get a big group of investors that come in above the market, plain vanilla. That would be bloody fantastic. I'm trying to remember that word. It's not coming to me. Anyway, there's also a process. I don't know if they do it in China, where if you have a good contract, you can take it to a financing firm and they'll give you 90 or 85% of the value of that contract. It's called fracketeering or my brain's just not working. And you could do that. I don't think that's an option. Or you go to Roth Capital and raise some money. So what you guys are hearing is I'm being negative. I'm not trying to be negative. I find this contract very exciting. I think it's a great contract. But once you get it to this status, the money's coming in each quarter are paying for the money's going out each quarter, and you're making 50, whatever the profit margin is. We don't know this data. But to go from 0 to, I don't know, 50 automobiles a quarter, I don't know, 100 automobiles a quarter, vehicles, drones, to get from 0 to self-funding, there's maybe 4 raises involved. And they already did 1. Do they need to do 1 or 2 more? I don't know. Are they going to get a joint venture with SAIC? I don't know. Are they working on having credit from the government? I don't know. Are the contracts so good, so solid that they can go factor those contracts in the Chinese market or the US market? I don't know. Do they have investors that are so excited that the funding can come in at $10 right now rather than, hey, even the whales look at it, hey, it's $3.38. The whales, the guy that called in and said he'd give money, you don't know. Maybe he said, I'll give you money at a discount. You don't know. Maybe there is somebody come in above market right now. I don't know. But what do you think's the most likely? What do you think's the most likely? They had a financing group called Ubitera. What was it called? Univest? Univest? Did jack shit for almost 2 years. As soon as they got rid of them, I divorced thee, I divorced thee, I divorced thee. Waited 30 days. The toad called up Roth Capital, said, you know, if you can get them to do a deal, I'll send you $5 million. And so Anson Funds crossed 80% of the deal with the shorts. Or Roth crossed 80% of the deal with Anson Funds. That was December. Go through what happened then. The stock was 286, roughly. All of a sudden, I've shown you the charts. The stock collapsed. There's a huge gap of 1/3 in market cap. They did the deal at $1.50. Hey, it was at the money and there's warrants. Hey, that's great. Bullshit, that's great. The lawyers are liars. I'm tired. I've been an attorney for 51 years, and I think what you say about lawyers is just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Dude, if you've been an attorney for 51 years, you still remember when Wall Street was honest. You still remember when there were systems in place. Wall Street is set up for a handful of guys at the top to steal, get the money away from the taxpayer without paying taxes, and get it offshore so they can buy yachts and condos bigger than palaces. And they can marry the most available women in the world. It's what it is. So last time Roth Capital did the deal, it was 286, and it came at us out of the blue at $1.50. And I went and did an interview. Well, you're being negative. You're not. You're just. I'm not. I've been fully engaged here. I've given my blood, tears, and sweat for this company. But how are you going to get through this funding without raising money? You guys tell me. The government could put up the money as a special thing. You could take the contracts and factor them so you never have to go to the market. You could raise money in plain vanilla above the market or with debt if the contracts are good. You could do a JV with SAIC, or you do a financing with Roth Capital. Do you think Roth Capital has shown you that they're a good investment bank? I don't. I see no difference between Roth Capital and Lind Partners and Yorkville and the Kramers as far as finger motion is concerned. I think the pain was shorter. I think the pain was exquisite, and the period of time was only 3 or 4 months. But in essence, it's the same thing. Roth Capital is working for the toad. So was Lind Partners. So if finger motion doesn't have a special deal with the government, doesn't have a JV with SAIC, is unable to factor their contracts, is unable to do a raise as either debt or plain vanilla up above market with big sources of alternative capital, how are they going to finance the next 2 or 3 cycles of this contract? I guess you would say they could wait for the squeeze. To you and I, that we can do that, but a company can't gamble waiting for a squeeze. You could say, well, delay. Don't raise money. Do it as cash becomes available. Well, then they could lose the contract. That would be stupid. I can't think of what else you would say. You'd say wait for the squeeze or delay. Both of those are really malpractice by management at Finger. So I think, I'm just sorry to say it, but I think Finger has to raise money. And if they do a JV, or if they factor it, or if they can do financing that is above market and debt or whatever, gosh, the stock could open at 10 and not be on the move. But I think you have to consider the possibility, and that's all I'm saying, is that they'll do a deal through Roth Capital. So that's why I think G-Bucks will go first. I think G-Bucks, you have about almost 2 weeks, but less than 2 weeks, I'll put it that way, to get their big deal done. If they get the big deal done, they don't need financing. They have $200 million. They have 30% of the company sold without issuing stock, or without issuing a lot of stock anyway. And G-Bucks could be the one that squeezes first. Anyway. Oh, William is being negative. No, I'm not. If Finger Motion gets this up and running, and my mind, this will take 18 months to get this cycle up and self-funding. If they get that going, Finger Motion, and by the way, once it becomes clear they're doing it, you could sense that in a month or two. But that becomes a completely different price stock, and it becomes a different company, and it becomes a company that could cause the shorts a lot of pain. But guys and girls, if you're not recognizing that the last time Finger Motion started going, and it went to 286, I think, in December, and the next thing you knew, Roth Capital did a deal at 150. If you're not recognizing that, I think you're whistling past the maternity ward. All right, let's see Finger. 3 million though, just to contradict everything I just said. Finger Motion, remember, if you have a short squeeze, it doesn't have, none of this has anything to do with it. That's a lot of volume. 3 million shares, $3.37. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Nixie is in the red, $1.79, but now it's bidding 180. To me, that's showing some signs of shorts in trouble. G-Bucks looks great. 73 cents, 127,000 shares, 323. That's looking attractive. GME's coming back. Railtown looks like shit. I had 42, $1, $2, sold 14 of them. That makes sense, Kuda. I would sell them all. I would sell them all. And if you got 1 and 2s, I'd sell them all. And if you want to be in them, you still want to be in the play, sell them all, take your money, divide out how much would cost to buy the $5 for May or maybe June. I think they're too expensive, but I would take your profits off the table and then gamble with a small amount of the money to the same amount. If you buy the Mays, you pay 35 cents. If they expire worthless, you buy the Junes. You might pay 25 cents. But you take all that juicy profit off the table. That profit's going to disappear unless the stock goes to 5. And the hard thing to do, Kuda guy, is the hard thing, I'll call him, the hard thing to do is to go against everyone's excitement, but that's when the premium is there. Let me call him. Sounds like I have a rat in my house or something.
Hello.
Hello, are you feeling all right?
I'm in the doctor's office right now getting cough syrup.
All right. Well, they all want you to go live. So
I'll be out of here in 15 minutes. They checked all my vitals and I'm just waiting for the doctor to come.
Did they check all your vitals by probing downstairs?
All I know is my blood pressure is perfect. Everything's perfect except for the stupid cough now. So I'll be out of here in 15 minutes. I'll call you up. All right.
All right. There you go, pilot. He'll call in 15 minutes. It's raining outside. That's what it is. Yeah, that's good advice. When he comes on, I might go make. Yeah, that's all right. I don't need to eat. Watch FOMO as G-Bucks gets talked about on social media. Michael, you're distracting everyone from Finger. I happen to agree with you. G-Bucks looks like, quietly while no one's watching, it's climbing. I agree with you. David, the dividend date is next Thursday. Yeah. Well, you actually, it's T+1. You're right, T+1. You're getting too excited about G-Bucks. I don't agree necessarily with Lion here. This is the action you start to see. I wish I could see a chart on G-Bucks, but this is the action that starts to give you an indication that something's up. So I don't agree with him. With you, I mean, not sorry, I'm not picking on you, but I think it's a good time to pay attention to G-Bucks. Maybe I think it's high risk, so I wouldn't be betting the house on it. Maybe a plate of biscuits. It's the rain. I was making trades and then Schwab booted me. Wow, that's something. I think GTX is G-Bucks is. I don't know. I thought it was. Let me see if it's here. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Okay, it's OTC. I knew that, but the settlement has not been here. I'm understanding getting out of finger calls now. I'm not understanding. I don't know your situation. If you're in the longer term calls, let me just break it down for you. The premium in the calls of finger motion are extreme. The premium is extreme. It'll disappear. You don't have to get out. You'll see it. Unless finger motion goes above 5, you'll see what I mean in the 4, 5, and 6 May calls. You'll see what I mean. You'll see it Thursday, Wednesday. You'll see it tomorrow. But you don't have to do anything. If you have to think about it, you're going to miss your chance. Calls have two aspects to their price, and the second aspect can be broken into two. When you purchase a call, you buy the finger motion $5 calls for May. You pay the intrinsic value at that time. So you're buying the $5 calls, $3.24 represents the intrinsic value. Well, you're paying $5, you're buying the $5, so that intrinsic value is already assumed in the $5 strike price. You're buying out of the money calls. So the intrinsic value is 0. There is no intrinsic value in the $5 calls because the stock's $3.28. Well, then the second component is you're paying for time premium. You're paying a premium. It breaks into two parts: time premium and speculative premium. The time premium, who knows? It's all a judgment call. The time premium is to give you 2 weeks to buy this stock at $5. You can buy it right now at $3.24, but you're paying a premium, so you have the right to buy it at $5. The other part of that premium is the speculative premium, which you could argue is the same as the time. But the speculative premium, which is, hey, it's going to squeeze. I know it's going. If it breaks 350, it's going to 80. So you're paying, others are paying, you're paying a premium, time and speculation, to be able to buy the stock at $5 for 2 weeks. Stock's $3.24. So on the time side, that's out of whack. That is out of whack. So as soon, if the stock starts showing weakness, or if the stock starts showing that it's not going to go up, that time premium is going to come in like George Costanza's family jewels when he's a picture of him coming out of the shower or out of the pool. It's going to constrict. The speculative premium will go to 0. So your $5 calls that you're hanging on to so desperately will become worthless. Could happen Wednesday, could happen Friday, but it's going to happen unless the stock goes over $5. Those are the $5 for May. If you own the $1 in May, they're already the time premium's already gone out of them, and the speculative premium. They're already trading essentially for the intrinsic value. But if you own the $3, let's go to the $3. I don't know what, I'm not going to look it up. If those are the $3, your intrinsic value right now is 24 cents an option, 24 cents. You've got time premium, 2 weeks. Little speculative premium. I don't know, are they trading at 60 cents? This morning they were trading at 75 cents. But you didn't understand selling them. So now they're worth less than they were this morning. If G-Bucks goes below 3, even the $3 calls will go to 5 cents for May. But you don't understand that. There is a high, you guys call me emotional, you're right. But there's a lot of emotionalism in the price of, there's speculative fever and a time premium in the $3, the $4, the $5, and the $6 calls. There's premium in the $2 too and the $1, but it's very tiny. And you don't understand why you would sell, because it's a wasting asset. If you don't sell them today and reduce your risk, they can waste away. What are your options? Sell for a profit and do something else? Sell part, do something else? Or sell and maybe you buy the teensy tiny price stocks that are out of the money, calls out of the money. You're going to throw that money away. But for example, if you sell your $3 or your $2, you take $1.50 out and you put 25 cents in the $5. Well, you have $1.25 back. And you can wait 2 weeks and you have that $1.25 to see what you want to do in June. If you sit on your hands and do nothing, there's at least a chance your options expire worthless and you have nothing. And that happens, you got 2 weeks. I mean, there is a chance it squeezes. Sure. The $5, which you could have sold at 30 cents, are now 25 cents. The $4, which you could have sold at 45 cents, I think you could have gotten 45 cents because it was 40 to 50. They're now 35 cents. But you don't see what I'm talking about. I know it's tough. Ignoring what I'm saying is, if you believe it's going to squeeze and if you're willing to lose the money, no reason not to sell them. There's no reason to sell them. Just hang on. But just know it's risky. You could lose all your money, or the thing could go to, like I think it was Steve said, it could go to 85 and you'll be rich beyond all belief. So it's a judgment call you have to make. G-Bucks could run along with Finger. Don't think the peers that have one squeeze than the other, especially if people will use profits to buy other push the stock up. I'm not sure, but all of these could run now. They're all overdue for their events. So if you're in one and not in the others, you run the risk that the others go up. If you sell one to get in the others, probably what will happen is the one you sold will go up. There's no way to win here for sure. So you do your best. You just do your best. And like I said, if I had had money this year to play, I would have owned Finger from, the low ones. I would have sold, taken my profit by now, and I'd be trying to play 2 or 3 of the others. And, you can agree with that or not. There's no correct answer. There's no correct answer. Yeah, Steve's been right before. Finger does look good here. The volume on Finger looks amazing at 3 million. The price at 304 bid is still very attractive, but do you want me to talk about MMTLP, GTII, logic? This might be a good time to do that. Looks good overall. Yeah, I like that one. I bet one time when I was walking out of a casino with a friend, I said, hang on, I put it all on 32, everything I had. Plump. And he wanted, let's get to the car. Let's go. I said, no, hang on. Let me just do it. And it hit. I won. I have a $4 finger call out for sale. Willie, that's good. That's funny. If our buy is occurring at any moment, finger could run. Yes, that's definitely true. Waiting for 1,000 rail to be that you might have gotten filled. You may have gotten filled. Let me look. It's not guaranteed, but you should be the bid. In a perfect world right now, you should be the bid. So I bet you got filled. Good job. Good job. If you look at finger on the 4 hour, it looks parabolic. I didn't, but I believe you. 348. Finger is getting ready to break out. It very much could be. Tense Mountain. Julie. Finger knocking on heaven's door. We're knocking on heaven's door. How long before Asia run out of money? I don't know. Don't know the question. New all-time high. Oh my gosh, I'm way behind. That's a great high. 350 is resistance. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Yes, that's a song I learned in the resistance. He's at the end of the bed, and she this beautiful woman, she was in bed waiting for Inspector Clouseau, and Omar Sharif somehow ended up in her hotel room. Lights are out, and she ended up sleeping with Omar Sharif, and she thought it was heaven. And so she was looking forward. She's at her castle, the bubbles are going, she's in bed, pillows around. And she thought she had slept with Chief Inspector Clouseau. So she's all excited. Was it Britt Eklund? I can't remember. And so he's just an idiot. He's taking his clothes and jacket off, and he's having a hard time. It gets stuck. He's at the end of the bed, and instead of going to the side of the bed, he starts climbing up through the covers from the bottom, and he gets lost, and he's singing. And he ends up going to he pops up on the wrong sign. Ah, yes, my turtle love. And he starts singing a song. And she says, what is that? What is that? Your voice. What is that you're singing? Because he doesn't sound like Omar Sharif. And he says, oh, yes, that is just a song that we used to sing in the Resistance. And then she melts. She says, oh, I see, the Resistance. It must have been so hard in the Resistance. And he says, not nearly as hard as it is now. Is this on? Is this on? Finger up. That's great. That's great. Sorry, I don't know why my computer keeps getting blocked. Susan points out that finger. See, I've lost everything except this one right here. So I've lost a lot of the messages. So, sorry, I can't answer them all. That's the highest one. The vehicles could sit on the lot until finger is ready for it. That's okay. Is that really how you'd run a business? Maybe, maybe. Yeah. Okay. I think I sometimes am dealing with people that are allowing their desire to make a profit on the trade to interfere with their logical thinking, but that's normal. It's not unnormal. I don't agree with that. I mean, I guess, but I'm not going to click that one. You know, that's passive aggressive. And I know by adding lots of laughs on the end that somehow that's supposed to be great. That's just simply not true. So I personally like you to retract that, but I'm not saying what I'm saying so the price goes down so I can buy at a lower price. I find that accusation offensive. I really do, particularly after I've tried to be thorough in my reasoning. an explanation of my reasoning. So Lion trades the SPY. This is something you can make money in on the charts. The markets are coming down, he says. I don't know. See, that's the difference with his time frame and mine. The Dow is up 30. It's flat as far as I can tell. The stock market has been up since the kerfuffle that everyone got panicked with the media and all that. I think the big boys knew what they were doing. And now the markets are essentially flat. And I think you're headed upward. If you choose to, this is trading, I think. Well, I'm not speaking for him, that Lion's talking about it. But if you're choosing to be negative on the market, waiting for lower prices, I mean, it's one strategy. I'm not. All right, I'm caught up because by definition, all the comments got erased. Will they get finger under 3? They could. Where is it? Yeah, 299.5. So who is selling? Oh, God. Is that a serious question? Is that a serious question? You don't know who's selling? I think this month I'm just going to get a chair and I'm going to get a notebook, write some notes, and I'm going to go sit in the corner and just talk to the wall for 4 hours a day, all by myself. 'Cause for the amount of impact I'm having on your brain, I might as well go talk to a wall. Who do you think is selling? There's a lot of little day traders who can use the market maker exemption. They can go to these firms that provide them a computer. They can show up with 10 grand, or they can borrow, and they sit in a shitty office and they can trade. And maybe now they can do it from home. And they can sell, Pete, stock that doesn't exist. They can violate securities rules by selling stock they have not located, they have not borrowed, they do not own, and they will not deliver. How does that work? Well, if they, in the United States, you can buy a stock, sell short a stock, or under the Reg Show exemption, you can sell stock through the market maker that you don't own, that you haven't borrowed, that you have not located, and you do not intend to deliver. Well, why would they do that? They're not protected by a toxic note because they know that the buying always runs out. So somebody this morning could have sold 10,000 shares at an average price of $3.30, bringing in $33,000 by just selling stock they don't own. They didn't locate, they didn't borrow, and they're not going to deliver. And now it's $3. And ignoring all the spoofing and the payoffs and other things they could do, they could buy it back right now. At 3. What did they make? $3,500. $3,500 for doing jack shit. Hello?
What's up?
Do you want to go live? Everyone's
God.
everybody's
What? Everybody
everybody's
what?
bored with me.
Everybody can't figure out what's going on.
No one can. One guy said, "Who's selling finger?" I'm like, "Why don't I jump off a cliff and talk to the fish?"
Who's selling finger? Are we live?
Yeah, you are.
Hold on a second. Just having a coughing attack. So who's selling it? So who's in the race to sell it down from 350 to push it down? This is the old hurry up, knock it down, routine 3. If you've been in finger motion for more than 10 minutes, you've seen this pattern before. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Always trying to sell it, knock it down.
Yeah.
It's the same pattern. Who sells to get lower prices? Right? Only a naked short seller.
Yeah.
These other stocks. There's a symbol GPUS, G-PUS. What a terrible symbol. I guess they did a reverse. The stock has 1.5 million shares. I think it's traded 200 million shares today.
G-PUS?
GPUS.
Yeah.
I mean, 200 million shares with 1 million shares in the float, whatever it was, 1 million shares. Someone told me about it this morning. Finger motion isn't like that. Finger motion is trades like a real stock. It doesn't have this algorithm trading in it. All right? So it's very different. So this volume in finger motion, I'll say 90% of it's very real. The option market maker got his ass reamed today. He got his, the thing ran up. People were selling, selling their calls and the money calls and buying the cheap calls. That's the only way to play. You play for free. And if you bought this stock, I'm going to tell everybody one time. I told everyone to buy GameStop. It's a fact. When the stock started to go, 8 out of 10 of my friends all sold it. They sold it at 7, 12, 15, whatever. They made a trade. They were all high-fiving me, sending me to dinner, go here's some bottle of champagne. I made $500,000. Thank you so much. What a great trade. A lot of people didn't want to buy it because they thought the company was going to go out of business. So the stock went up. Everybody flipped it. Wall Street flipped it. How did it work out if you sold it? You made yourself a couple of bucks, and the next thing it was at 500. The trade of a lifetime is right in front of you. We've documented it. I can't stop this manipulation back and forth all day. Spike it up, push it down, spike it up, push it down. 350 is the final breakout. When it goes through that, it's off to the races. All right, you can see these guys using technical patterns. But it's your choice. I've been reporting this thing for 4 years, and we got these guys trapped. If you choose to go make some quick money and go pay your taxes, good luck. I could care less. But again, I'm looking for an opportunity that's going to change my life, everyone in my family's life, all my friends' lives, everyone's life. So if you want to trade it because you need a few bucks, go ahead. I showed you how to play and get options for free. Okay? And if you didn't pay attention, obviously, shame on you because a lot of people bought calls to 2 calls at a nickel. They went to $1.60. A nickel to $1.60. That's $5 to $160. That, my friends, is a great trade. People sold those calls as they went up, and they bought the 4 calls or the 3 calls. They even did it in the 3s. Bought the 3s at a nickel, sold them at 50 cents, whatever they went to. And then they bought the 4 calls or the 5 calls. And that's how you play the game. But I can't stop the manipulation. I'll say it again. The U.S. government is a disgrace for allowing this sort of trading to exist. But we're looking to take advantage off of their back. And just like G Plus, how does the stock with 1 million shares trade 200 million shares in a day? If that doesn't tell you there's something wrong with the equity market, Christian Shaughnessy puts it up every day. A stock that does that. It's impossible to happen. We put up the report about Lynn Partners. I didn't write that report. I don't even know who did it. But it outlines everything we've been talking about for a long time. It's right there. Read it, understand it. You can see it yourself. Right? It's right there. Understand these guys, what they do. They hide their shares offshore. They do all this nonsense. I'm not looking for the stock to go up 50 cents. If you want to do that, sell it and move on. I'm not here for that. There's not much more I can say. And I would never hedge something like this. I would hedge Amazon. I would hedge Goldman Sachs. I would hedge all those things. This stock has infinite on the upside. And if you hedge yourself, you're just giving up the upside. You're gonna lock in some sort of stupid. Someone asked me, should I sell calls against my position? I said, you can do whatever you like. But if the stock goes crazy and you're just locking in a hedge, that means the most you can make is with the options. If you bought the stock and you sold the 5 calls in a quarter, you're locking in the different. You're making 25 cents or 30 cents. It doesn't even pay. So that's
true. You have to decide what you're trying to do.
Make your own mind up what you want to do. But if you can find a stock like this that has this potential, give me a shout. Tell me about it. Because I don't know any stocks, and I see them all.
GPUS.
Okay, I don't even know what that is.
GPUS.
Yeah, I told everyone to buy it.
279 million shares. Unbelievable.
You know, how does that trade? How does it trade? There's 1.5 million shares in the float. That's algorithm trading. That's all that is.
I know.
I told you, you can hire an algorithm. If you want to put up $1 million, anybody, you can get an algorithm on finger motion. It'll go back and forth and create, 50 million or 100 million shares in volume, but it's all fake volume. Do you have any questions? Because I'm just...
Yeah, there's a couple of asshole questions. I'm not gonna ask you. Your voice sounds terrible.
I got rid of the sore throat. Now I have a cough. I can't get rid of
it. Here's a name, Frankie Batts. Isn't that the guy with the shoe shine? Frankie Batts in Goodfellas.
What about him? What does he want?
He doesn't have it. He's just laughing his butt off. If it drops under 3, watch the buyers come in. I don't see any questions all of a sudden.
Listen, they're trying to push it down just to get people to sell. What would you do if you were the short? Everybody on this phone, you're the short. You're upside down. What are you doing?
Oh, it was Billy Batts. Billy Batts.
What do you do? If you're short, what do you do? You try to push it down. Either that, you go in the other room and blow your brains out. That's the choice this guy has. That's it.
That's my choice.
Those are your choices. You're going to blow your brains out, go to jail, and you're going to lose everything you have.
There's got to be a third choice.
There is no other choice. And, people keep telling me about this guy, Ramen, whatever the fuck his name is, Noodles, whatever the fuck his name is.
Ramadan in soup.
He knows Mark Bazile. I'm going to call Mark Bazile up and read him the Riot Act and tell him that if that guy doesn't stop posting nonsense and making up stuff, we're going to have him locked up for being a short and distort. He's just like Andrew Left if he wants to do that.
Well,
so I don't take it lightly when people try to steal my money. So if he wants to be a big shot and posting nonsense just to whatever hell he's doing, I don't know the guy, but he's going down the wrong road fast. So I don't really give a shit. You want to short it, knock yourself out. It's not like we don't have a short in the stock. We only got 260 fucking million shares.
Guys like Ramadan in, they never have their own idea. They just come to criticize another one.
William, it doesn't make a difference. We have 260 million shares short. That guy doesn't know anybody who has $1 to short one share. So it doesn't bother me. I just don't like it.
He works with Drew and a couple other people on MMTLP.
I do not care. I'm telling you that there's someone on this phone call that's seeing something by this guy, and they may make a decision that costs them money. And if you don't want to be pissed off about it, I don't want my family members seeing it or my friends to see it, that someone's posting nonsense, that the company's raising money. The company isn't raising money. I told you that. My friend owns 4 million shares. He offered the company money. They told him no. I don't know about you. Why, when you take it past somebody who's got 4 million shares that's been here 3 years versus going to Roth Capital, raising more money and doing more things lower? That's nonsense. So it's all make believe. He can't even make up a good story, the guy. Tell him to get lost. Anyway, forget that character. He's a non-event. Any other questions?
Let's see. Compare GPUS and Fingers float. He doesn't know GPUS's float. Or you do.
Said it was 1 million. They said it was 1.5 million shares. Someone told me.
Okay.
I don't know anything about it though. That's all I know.
Finger just jumped up. Susan's right. Finger is. It's all the way back to 336, Susan. So they got it under 3, and now it's 338. That's pretty strong signal. 3.34 million. God, you sound terrible.
This is so retarded that we have to sit there and watch these criminals manipulate stocks back and forth. And the government is a disgrace for allowing this. I told you before, back in the old day, I used to go out and buy Upjohn, William, at $35.
Yeah.
And buy, 200,000-300,000 shares. It'd be 35 to a quarter 3/8, a quarter, an eighth, a quarter, all in the same spot for hours.
Yeah.
Here we have a $3 stock that's swinging around like it's Berkshire Hathaway. Are you kidding me? It's criminal.
So Kit says buyers will come in here. The washing will buy some counterfeits back to make it a little less egregious. Steve Kaboom. Steve's been calling all day this correctly. 331, 3.37 million shares. That's pretty good for no algorithms.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. There's no algorithm. This is real buying. That's real buying.
Matthew Mall says this thing is ready, baby. Baby.
He is correct. I agree with him.
Wild swings.
Wild swing. What did I tell everybody? Shorts need to create volatility so that people wet their pants and they don't know what's going on. I said it this morning. I had a quick call. I said, when they knock it down to 310, I says, that's a chance. You got to buy it. This is perfect. These guys are pushing stocks down. Here, I'll give you an example. If you want to stop people from buying a stock, you gap it the other way. Go make it $5 or $6. Well, I'm not going to. People won't chase it to $6, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you called me up and the stock was $3, and you tell me to buy it at $7 or $6 because it's gapped up $3, I'm not buying it. But this stock, it moved up, and they're pushing it right back down. People who missed the first little run and now get an opportunity to buy it. They're brain dead. They do it all the time.
Yeah. 325.
Up, down, push it this way. Hurry up. People are buying it, selling it. People are paying $340 for it. Sell it down to $310. Buy it. It's nothing's even going on. I can guarantee you, they're just going back and forth with stock.
Steve is asking you, I didn't know this. Why is Finger having an online presentation Wednesday? I don't know. The
CEO has no clothes and he doesn't want to do it naked, so he do it online.
If they announced it, they must have said why, or if not, we just have to tune in. Maybe it's earnings. Maybe it's earnings.
The people who are upset that the CEO wants to do this, don't tune in. I don't know. Maybe he's got something to say. That's all I know.
You sound terrible.
No, it's gone from a sore throat to a cough. My nose isn't. My nose isn't clogged anymore, so that's good. But I can't get rid of the cough.
Go to do a sauna. That won't work.
Well, I have to try to get on the right medicine, cough syrup, because right now I'm just taking Robitussin, Vicks, Delsin, I'm like anybody else. Whatever's in the cabinet, you drink, right? I don't want to do that anymore, so I went and got cough syrup. I'm going into the pharmacy to pick it up in 10 minutes. That's what I'm doing.
All right.
And if I went on a plane to Asia coughing like that, they would have opened the door and thrown me out.
With your luck, you would have landed on the deck of a steamship.
Yeah. Thank God it's raining. Get all this pollen out of you. Everyone's got allergies. That's what it is. So, people, you got a chance to see what it looks like when it starts to run. These guys have enormous problems between the option, the real. What about the real short? Let's talk about that buffoon for a minute. If you had to make a bet, let's just make a bet on the real short. This guy's short 2.5 million shares at $1.20. And like I said, maybe it's $1.18 now because the cost to carry is going up, right? The most he can make is $1. Let's say $1. That's 2.5 million. At 350, the guy's down $2. Who in their right mind is losing $5 million to make 2.5?
Well, and just, not to scratch a scab, if they sold, 2 or 3 million shares, how's that going to solve anything in terms of somebody being trapped?
It's making it better.
Yeah.
You guys, you don't realize they're making it better.
So Frankie Batts is asking, what do you believe the true value of the stock is? That's unknowable.
I told you that the people I met in Hong Kong, in Singapore, in Malaysia the other day, they told me it was $100 stock. They had no anticipation that naked shorts were coming here and just keep doing this to their company. Guys, China is not Maine. It's a big country. It's the biggest in the world. And Finger Motion has tremendous opportunities in China. How these guys are trying to hold it down to make you think otherwise is ridiculous. All you do is watch the CEO tell you the story and try to ask questions if you can, and you'll get your answers. He's very open. He tells you right then and there what's going on.
Let's see what the new questions. I don't think there's any questions. I think
So Finger
everyone's...
Motion just traded is at 340 and it's back to 318 again. What's making it? What is this company doing that is so volatile, right? But is the pricing on oil changed? What happened? The pricing of what changed? Nothing.
It's not a huge volume change.
No, I'm just telling you, it's just manipulation. They come in, sell 20 at the market, try to knock it down. If there's no one there, it drops quick. That's how it works. Buy it, step in, it goes back up. That's it. Yeah, it's 313 now. Hurry up, push it down.
Well, we got
Listen,
20 minutes.
I'm fine waiting. I know a lot of people don't want to wait. If you don't want to wait when the stock spikes like that, get out, move along. This isn't prison. You can do whatever you like. You know, the other day you had a guy on here. He said he was down 62%. Where is he today? It's gone up from $1.25 to $3.50. Does anyone say thank you guys for trying to help us get out of this mess? You're losing my money due to security fraud, and William and Ham have helped us get it back. I think that's pretty. You know, no one's ever said that.
They feel like it should be riskless and immediate.
Go buy Apple Computer. Go get Apple Computer when the stock goes down, because there's something you know nothing about. Goes down, then you call the CEO of Apple up. He'll help you out. Good luck. All right, something very interesting in G-Bucks today.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Thanks for bringing it up because it looks strong.
I have people buying it because they always buy it when you don't want them, right? That's how I'm a firm believer in that.
Yeah.
But there's a holder.
Yeah.
That has shares in Fidelity, and he wanted to get them out and send them to the transfer agent, and Fidelity won't release them. So you had to get an attorney to release them.
Oh, wow.
Fidelity, I think, is lending out his shares.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And does anyone realize that your own brokerage firm is trying to fuck you? That's the best part about the whole thing. It's so crazy because when the stocks go up and down, bashes come out, bash us, and we bash them, and it's back and forth. And meanwhile, we have nothing to do with it. It's your brokerage firms that created all this havoc. We have nothing to do with it. Fidelity is blocking people from buying the stock. Vanguard. What do they got to do with it? With a public company? Nothing. Zero.
So David's telling you to boil ginger root, lemon, and garlic in water for 10 minutes and then strain it.
Sounds like I'm trying to get rid of a vampire. What do you
I think you should just jump in the pot and boil yourself.
I'm going to get my cough syrup. I'm going to go to the steam room and try to, what have I got to do there? I just don't want to cough in there because everyone will look at you.
Adam wants you to play your best Karnak the Man Magnificent. What's the price of Finger at the end of the week?
I think there's a chance tomorrow it explodes because this is like a lot of real buying today, creates a lot more settlement failures. And at any given time, someone just puts the finger on them, it's over. That's it. I think it's close to the volatility you're seeing is telling you it's close to the end. And I can't wait for it to go. And I bump into my friends and say, "Oh, I sold it at $340. I wanted to trade, and now it's $340. Oh, I'm so stupid." I can't wait for those calls. Because I know the mentality of people trading. And they always try to make a quick buck and move along. I think they're going to go find something else like G plus, whatever the hell it is.
I'm into quick bucks.
That's all they want to do. Give me quick bucks. Give me quick bucks. And I was the king of that. But I didn't want to do that anymore. I thought there's more money to be made just staying involved in something that I watch it grow and get on the ground floor. It turned into a shit show because now I have limp partners fucking with what I got going on here. And you know what? They'll pay their price. Too many people know about Finger Motion. I told you, it's more viral than GameStop was. because I know I was GameStop telling people to buy it for the short squeeze. And it was like pulling teeth to get people to buy it.
There's a lot of
everyone patted me on the back, but nobody made any money.
That
was the strangest thing.
So are you going to call Roaring Kitty to help you pitch finger?
Yeah. If I explained it to him, I don't think he would understand it.
Send Roaring Kitty to Singapore.
Nah, good idea. Listen, when you get an opportunity to beat big players, you don't get that opportunity. You got to take it, and you know.
No, I know. I'm just kidding you. I'm just kidding you.
If I didn't have this stupid thing, I would have been gone already.
Somebody has a goal of $4 for the end of the week.
No, I think you can see that shortly.
Happening this Wednesday, the next Skyline Signature Series. He pays Skyline as an investment PR group featuring Martin Shen. So he's going to talk at noon on Wednesday. That's
you
good.
Want to know what the company does? He's right there.
Good.
He'll tell you what they're doing and what the revenue is going to come from. Let him tell you.
It's not like he's got something bad to say. He's just doing his job.
Yeah, he's going to come out there and say ramen noodles is telling us we're going to cry because ramen noodles is here. Whatever the hell his name is.
Ramen noodles works for the noodles. He is a noodle.
We're all scared of him.
He is a noodle. Do options hurt upside momentum if they don't close in the money? Who gets the money from options? It's two different. Options are created on the Option Clearing Corp, and that's a bunch of different traders. It has nothing,
has nothing to do with anything. It creates a problem on the upside. That's where the problem is. The guy who sells you the option is selling you an option. He doesn't have a box full of options. He's creating them. He sells you the option, so he's naked shorting you the stock. If the stock goes up, he has to buy it back. That's what it is. And based on the open interest of 500,000 for the twos, times 100 is 500,000. The threes, it's 600,000. The fours, it's 1.6 million, I believe, is the open interest. Times 100, all right, 16,000 times 100 is 1.6 million. That's how many shares he's short. Then you got the fives and the sixes. Add them all up. It's probably about 4 million shares of stock that this guy is shorted.
So David is saying Fidelity called him for his shares, but he holds his shares at Charles Schwab. I don't know the answer how they do that. Maybe.
Well, that's like my friend Mike, who rented a car at National, and he dropped it off at 4 o'clock in the morning to Hertz, threw the keys in the box, and he left, but he brought it to the wrong place. I guess that's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Idiot. I don't know what that means. People are short. You see the rate to borrow the shares is going through the roof. I told you before, call your broker up, make sure you don't lend out your shares. I don't care if it's one. You see how the pressure builds? I've been saying it for a month, right? Don't lend your shares out. Don't lend your shares out, right? And here you go. Look what happens when you don't lend the shares out. The rate goes up. The shorts are getting choked because they got to pay those fees. So like the guy who's short 2.5 million, every day he's paying a penny on all his shares. So the most he can make goes lower. And you look at it saying, wait a second, the stock, the most I can make now is $1. I'm going to stay here. He's going to cover shortly. He's going to fold.
Why wouldn't Lynn Partners sell 100 million shares right now and drive the stock under $1?
Because they have to buy it all back.
Ramen is connected to Crappy Barra.
Okay.
Get some NASA court. It's more expensive because it works.
What is it?
NASACORT. 4 shots up each nostril, 1 in the back of the throat, 2 in the back of the head, and you're fine.
It sounds like I'm getting shot.
No, it's NASA court.
What was the guy's name? He just said something to Bat. What was his name?
Frankie Bats. Billy Bats.
Frankie Bats.
Billy Bats. Billy Bats.
Billy Bats.
Go get your shoe shine. Get your shine box. Go get your shine box.
Mm-hmm. Does anyone else have any other questions?
So this is a good guy. He's asking. He bought some May 6 calls at.
My friend. We bought 500 at 30 cents today.
He paid 14 cents a while ago. They're now trading at $1.20. How much?
What? No, the May 6s.
No, I don't know. He bought them on May 6th, I guess, or the May 16th. I don't know. Anyway, whatever he bought, he paid 14 cents. He doesn't tell me what he bought. They're now 120. What should he do?
Sell them and buy the cheap calls.
Yeah.
Sell them. You make $1 in your pocket. Then you go out and you can buy the 30-cent calls, the $6 calls. Use 60 cents, so you can buy 2 calls. All right, 30 cents each one. You can buy 2, and you put 40 cents in your pocket for profit. And guess what? You're playing for free.
Yeah, the May 16th. The May 16th.
And that's how professional traders play. So when William says option people lose, he's correct, because you're sitting here doing the same thing. Me, I would have flipped them, sold them, and I would have bought for every dollar I made, I would have bought 3 calls of the 30s, of the 6s for this month at 30 cents a piece. So if I sold 100 of them, I would buy 300 of the other ones at 30 cents. I would have made 10,000 on my calls, sell, and then I would have spent 9,000 getting bigger. Remember, we're looking for something that is out of this world, a big major short squeeze, right? If I was buying Amazon for it to go up a couple of bucks, I would buy in the money calls.
Right.
But we're looking for something that's going to go to the moon. So why would I buy in the money calls? I could buy the cheaper ones and get more of them.
Right.
I'll just give you an example. If you bought 10 options of the 2s, the stock goes to 10. 10 minus 2, you make $8 times 10 options, you make 8,000. All right, that's if I bought the 2s. If I bought the 4s and I bought 50 of them, because they're cheaper, I would make 10 minus 4 is 6 times 50 is 30,000. That's what I'm playing for. It's better to keep moving up. If you made money, move to the other ones. You made $1, which is great.
I think it's amazing. 14 cents, $1.20. That's amazing.
My friend bought I think he bought the 3s at 7 cents. 300 of them. He sold them, and he bought. I just helped him out. He bought 500 of the other ones at 30 cents. He didn't buy 1 call. He bought 500.
So, a couple questions. What do you think about buying G-Bucks here?
I told you what we're doing. I bought it all day.
Yeah.
You buy it when they don't want it. I told you I never sold a share. When finger motion goes, we're going to come back and run this bastard over and kill him too.
You should not be buying GPUS.
I know nothing about that.
No,
stock. I'm
somebody
just telling-
wants to buy. Don't buy GPUS. Don't get distracted. It's insane. That's the thing. Everybody gets excited by what is moving rather than building a position while no one's watching.
I told you, it's like candy camera. You never know when it's going to happen. If we were all so smart, why didn't we own G Plus? That's because it's hard to find them. I keep telling you that. I never heard of that name. I never knew anything about it. But it looks to me like they reversed the shit out of it, and now they're squeezing it. I don't know. That's what it looks like. It seems like that's the game plan. Wipe everybody out, and then they squeeze them. I don't know why, but that's what they're doing. Listen, all I need is one home run, and you don't have to see me again. That's the way I'm looking at it. So I figured out something that I know. This will be the third event that Martin Shen has had in the last 3 months, right? He was at the micro conference in New York. He was at the Roth conference in California, the one in Vegas. This is the fourth event. If you want to know anything about the company, he's like shit. He's all over the place. Go listen to him. I study shorts. The pitch on the stock, I got it. China, telecom, insurance data. They doing the emergency response. I got it. It's big. I can wait for it to click. The naked short selling, this manipulation, that's what bothers me, and that's what I fight for. Is the market up or down? I don't know. It's down 71. Sorry.
It's fluctuating. Oh gosh, my eyesight goes back and forth. I don't know. 326.5, 3.47 million.
I didn't get changed at 326.5. I want to buy a share, and I paid 3.265. Who allowed these numbers to exist? They keep telling you it's going to get you better execution. But I don't know how I get changed from that. What is that number? How do I get changed from that? What kind of coins do I get back? Nonsense.
I wonder.
My wife's telling me that we need to she wants me to buy a condo in Florida when this goes.
Well, I'm sure you can buy one. You can buy one in the Panhandle. She'll be thrilled with.
That's why I should put us in the Panhandle. The Redneck Riviera.
That G Plus is up $7. Unbelievable. I wonder if they turn on the algorithm. They have to pay for it. I wonder if they make money because it's just back and forth, back and forth.
It's back and forth. This is how it works. They put up $1 million. They go back and forth, right?
Right.
The algorithm may lose $500,000. Right. You put up the money.
Right.
Goes back and forth. It loses $500,000. Right.
Yeah.
But if you're the one that put up the money and you own 10 million shares of stock and you're able to sell it up 10 points, what do you make? 70 million?
Yeah.
If you got the money, that's.
But I just wonder. Yeah, use that example. Out of 292 million shares, are they getting those shares off to real people? Only if they get retail to come in and buy.
So that's what they do. The algorithm does that. And the SEC allows that to happen from the Cayman Islands. I told you I've been offered that many times. I said, how am I going to tell someone to put up $1 million? What if it doesn't work and they lose $1 million? The company will kill you, right?
Yeah.
So I would never even venture to say something like that. So
So the stock market has more loopholes that the SEC allows. They know about this algorithm trading. It's everywhere. They know the people doing it. Why don't they stop it? I don't know.
Because your redheaded friend said it. It's a river of money.
That's right. He's
Patrick Burns. It's a river of money.
Mm-hmm.
327, 328, 4 minutes to go, 3,490,000.
So William, the puppies have now eaten the couch, pissed on the floor, bark when they want. It's just like crazy.
You have?
You sure you want to get back into this game with the dogs?
No. Yeah, when I first got lucky, that he ate my best pair of shoes, ate my best belt, but he was just nervous, a lot of energy, and you got to burn that energy every day.
No, I'm just laughing. It doesn't bother me. I just sit and I don't care. My couch is old anyway. But I was just laughing. My TV blew up the other day, so I need a new TV. I had a projector TV. And my son-in-law said to me, "Does the bulb ever go out in this thing?" I said, "No, it's been in here for a couple of years." 2 nights ago, boom, it blew up. I said, "Holy shit!" Scared the shit out of me. But what you gonna do?
Wow.
What?
Steve said, I helped my friend buy 20,000 finger last week. This morning, I helped him buy 17,000 G-Bucks at 233. He's happy as hell. He sold his position in Google to buy them.
Listen, people, when you see the opportunity, some people understand it. Some people are nervous. I got it. But I'm not nervous anymore. I know what's going to happen. So it's just a matter of what day it's going to happen. And this is the first move up. And the first move up, everyone did the same thing in GameStop. When it moved from $4 up to $7, everyone was like flipping it, saying, "Oh my God, I made money." I told you, I had a friend made $500,000. He bought it at $375, $4. He sold it at $7. Made $500,000 on a $4 stock. He couldn't believe it.
You can't handle the truth.
And then it went to 500, and the guy wants to kill himself.
Oh gosh.
And that's how it goes. And that's why I keep trying to tell you, don't fall for these attacks. They're here to scare you out. That's all it is. Everything they sold today, let's look at it this way. We traded 3.5 million shares, you said, William?
We have traded 3.51 million shares.
So let's say 3.51 million shares. I'm going to tell you that the naked short today's stock, if you take away some of the wash trading, I'll say it was 70%. Over 2.5 million shares shorted today. Easy. Think about that. So when you hear me say 260 million, is this fucking guy on crack? Well, I just showed you another 2.5 million today. In the last 6 days, they sold at least 4 million. So it's it's almost 10 million shares in a few days.
What calls should someone be buying now?
The sixes at 30 cents or 20 cents. And it's so funny, William. The stock is $3 and what? 30 cents? And the $6 calls are now got a premium of 30 cents in it, right? Before, we were buying the $2 calls at the stock at $1.40. We were paying what? 5 cents? Right? With 60 cents to go into the money, we were paying 5 cents. Now there's premium of what? 30 cents, and you got to go $3? See how the premium comes in? So now the options are expensive versus before where they were cheap. Does everyone understand it? Mm-hmm. We paid 5 cents with the stock at $1.50 for the $2 calls. The stock had to go up 50 cents to go into the money. Now we're paying 30 cents for the same month, and the stock's got to go up $3. That's because the market maker that's selling the calls, he's sitting there saying, fuck you, I ain't selling any more of these things. Do you understand that, William?
I do.
So the seller, who got his ass screamed, doesn't want to sell them anymore.
I thought they did some probing on you this morning when you went to the doctor.
Listen, I go in there, I always ask, start the probe, go ahead. Everybody's in, everybody in. Listen, I got to go in to get my medicine.
Right,
I apologize.
I'll
speak to you later. Thank you.
All right, it's 4 o'clock. I don't know how much more I want to do with this. I want to go back to yeah, my dog. Once he calmed down and once I got him acclimated, he stopped chewing anything except if I gave him a bone or something. But when he was a puppy, so I just want to go to Legend. Where is Legend? Oh, there it is. I want to go to his question now. Can't find it. All right. So anyway, Legend. I'm almost anyway. Do you hear what Ham just said? The $6.30. You can hear it one way, and I agree with that. It's telling you people are in trouble and it's about to run. The toughest thing is to also say, wait a minute, 30 cents for 2 weeks? Maybe I should be selling those. So I'm not trying, everybody thinks I'm trying to be negative. I'm just trying to tell you that's a lot of premium in those calls. And I guess as I put it the other day, I'd rather punish myself getting out too early and having some cash than not getting out at all and having nothing left from the investment I made. I think the premiums are outlandish. I would take them. But Ham has a different view. Ham has a different view, and I don't disagree with Ham. It's risk reward, it's probabilities, it's making your own decision, you know. Ramen has virtues. Yeah, Ramen's I'm not a big fan. I'm not a fan. Let's go to the bottom. Oh. He probably will, but he didn't answer it. He's gone. What does Kit say? 333. I bet another million shorts. The Trumpster. The Trumpster. The one thing is, I learned with my dog is I had to burn. They calmed down, but I had to burn energy every day, and I didn't mind doing it once I got in the habit. But the other thing for my dog is I had to keep him interested. So I would take him different directions, different smells, different people every day. And he needed that. Can't just put him in the backyard. I tried to put him in the basement with my girlfriend's mother, but that didn't work out. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. I'm debating. Somebody asked me about silver stocks, and I think I'm going to try to come up with a list for you. This I put up yesterday. It comes from the Morgan Report, and you can subscribe to it. I'm going to see. I don't know if he would come on and talk. I've been a long-term subscriber. He's a gentleman. He's smart as anything. But anyway, look at the silver mining industry. 0.07, 0.07 trillion, 0.0. So it's less than 10%. I guess that's 70 million. Gold mining is 500 billion. Tesla is 80% of a trillion. Crypto is 1.7 trillion. Nvidia is 3 trillion. And the entire oil and gas industry is 7 trillion. That, my friends, is a market out of favor. And that's where you have an opportunity to make money. Now, there's no question that there's probably a bunch of little shitty companies out there that have had trouble, but there's probably a lot of companies out there who have learned to live lean while there's been no money, and that's the opportunity. When silver's on the front page of everything, including People magazine, there'll be a lot of shitty companies. So I have a structured settlement, but I need cash now. I have a friend that can sell it for you. But I don't know. I don't know. Two miles every day, that's plenty. It's plenty. It's plenty. J.G. Wentworth. No, my friend, it's JMW Settlements. It's here in D.C. And there's also another one here. I've got to remember the name. The group of guys I used to work with and women, part of what they did morphed into the settlements business. And they're very good. It's two separate offices now, but they've been doing it a long time. And I wouldn't go to Wentworth, that's retail. But I guess you could send me, I won't make any money on it. I'm not part of it, but you could send it to fairandbalanced@gmail, and I'll ask. I'll see if I can get a good price for you. Wow, I didn't know that. They don't have to report it? I didn't know that. That's incredible. That is incredible. Somebody called me. Oh, I got it. Okay. Let me just see if there's anything that's particularly gigantic in the news. Otherwise, I think I'm going to sign off because I've got to return some phone calls. Now Goldman Sachs is calling for GDP to go up. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Israel is attacking Yemen. Guys, I told you, we're going to war. I know you get mad at me. I've got to be on your side because they started it or something. But nobody wins in these full-on wars. CBS is nominated for the Emmy because they edited the Harris interview. God, wouldn't it be great if she's president? Man, we missed. That would have been genius. She's just so great, Kamala Harris. All right, there's no news there. Let me see how Harry's doing. I feel badly for Harry. All right, that's not coming up. Screw that. All right, there's no news that I see. And I was gonna talk to you about silver, but I think I won't, because it's been a long day. And yeah, I think I can get you a better deal if you want to email me. Just give me the details. I don't need just enough so I can talk to my friends and they can call you. Just email me at farrandbalanced at Gmail, farrandbalanced at Gmail, farrandbalanced at Gmail. And I'm sure it's not my business, but I think if they're interested, they'll give you a much better price. I think. I have conflicting information. I thought it's the end of the week, but David came on and said it's Monday. Let's just say it's next week. You can go to yahoo.com and punch in finance and punch it in. But I think G-Bucks, the ex-dividend date is next week. So the incentive is for the financing to be completed, I would guess, this week. And that could really cause pressure for the shorts. And I think G-Bucks has the ability to be the surprise short. I mean, it's got some things going against it. It's a little bit manipulated. It's got a high market cap. And part of me like, why is it taking so long to get that deal done? But on the other hand, if they get it done, it's got that perfect short time frame and the surprise, the event out of left field. You look like the got finger in control. You're right. It looks like they got it. I don't know. And I don't want to be, anything can happen in these stocks. It doesn't, I don't know why AMC or GME went up. I don't know why GME's still up. So logic isn't always part of it. It's if there's enough buyers and the price of finger goes up and the prime broker's in trouble, it can go a lot higher. That's just a fact, Jack. But we also have gone through we've also gone through kind of how it can go. So I'm going to, I think I'm going to sign off. It's 4:16. I can't think. I do want to talk to you about silver, but I'm not going to do it now. I'm too tired. And I've got about 4 or 5 phone calls to make, and then I'm going to go hit the gym. No, I'm not going to hit the gym. Here. G-Bucks is May 15. May 15 record date. May 15 record date. All right, so I appreciate it. Let's pray for peace in the Middle East, peace in the Ukraine, and peace on the border of Alberta and New Brunswick, whatever it's called. All right, ciao. It's not New Brunswick. It's you know the thing. Peace between Alberta and the Northwest Territories.